I am, eye for an eye. I am the Lord your God. So, eye for an eye. Well, that expression is known from the Old Testament. You know, where there were laws. You know, for instance, if a man killed another man, if he murdered another man, you know, he was to be put to death. You know, that, or, you know, if someone caused an injury to somebody else, for instance, you know, well, yeah, if they injured somebody else, then they're supposed to do an eye for an eye. You know, the idea is that the person who inflicted the injury should have the same injury inflicted on them, so that they share in the same suffering. I am eye for an eye. So, this is the thing, okay? In the book of Matthew, I said, I am. In the book of Mark, I said, I am. In the book of Luke, I said, I am. And in the book of John, we're talking about the 4 gospel accounts here, okay? So the Gospel of John, so the Gospel of Matthew, the Gospel of Mark, the Gospel of Luke, and the Gospel of John. And in the Gospel of John, I said, I am. That's 4 eyes. Okay? 4 eyes. Okay? Someone, these days, if someone wears glasses, okay? I mean, you could wear sunglasses, people wouldn't call you 4 eyes. But if you wear prescription glasses, like I do, you're called 4 eyes. Okay? And above the eyes, there are the eyebrows. Yeah, the eyebrows, and you got the forehead. Yeah? So, the point I'm trying to make here is that I'm God. I'm 4 eyes. I'm eye for an eye. I've explained a lot in my old videos, but I will mention a few. You know, I say I don't like repeating myself, but I have to, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, I was Jesus and I taught forgiveness. Forgive. My name is Grant. Yeah? Grant Salvin. Forgive, or for grant. Because give and grant have the same meaning, don't they? Basically. Yeah, they do. They can mean exactly the same thing. You know, people say, God grant us. Well, you know, they could say, God give us. It's the same thing. It's just the word's different, and the word grant is my name. Okay? And that's the thing, right? My name is special, right? Because, you know, the healing of the blind man. What did I do? I spat in the mud, right? And I mixed my spit with the mud, and I rubbed it in his eyes. It was called eye salve. Eye salve. You know, the salve was put into his eyes. I put it in his eyes so he could go wash his eyes, and so he could see. Okay? So, my name is Grant Salve In. So, I've been doing a bit of Bible reading today. Yeah, it's a lot. There's so much in there to learn. There's so much for me to, because, you know, this is the thing. I make videos and I talk about Babel, language, how words have secret code in it. Okay, there's code in words. And so, you know, I could look at a paragraph of text and I can find about 10 different stories in it. You know, that's the thing. It's very complicated. So it takes me a very long time to get through stuff. Because there's so much code there. So what is it I want to say here? Well, I just thought I'd record a video so I can make a note of all the things I want to talk about. Yeah. So, 4 eyes. So I, 4, and I. Yeah. I, 4, and I. Well, this is the thing I've talked about many, many times. I'm God. My butt, my anus is connected. The universe is connected to my anus. Okay? It's a magic thing. Okay, if you don't understand that, well, you know, have you heard of the Anunnaki or the god Anu? They call them the Sky Father, you know, the Sphinx or the Sphincter or the Pyramid. You know, Ra was the Egyptian sun god. Okay, Ra is the best way to describe. Well, that's the thing. You know, the Egyptian gods, right? They were in this, like, a city in a Heliopolis. Heliopolis, okay? The heel is the bottom of the foot. And the bottom, the butt, the anus is called the bottom. It's magic, okay? Words are like... that's the thing, energy flows. You know, like how plumbing works, right? You know, if you have a word, and you have all these different words, you know, energy can transfer because of, you know, and words that, because you can break them down, there's hidden code within them, and then they have different meanings, and they match up with different words, and so energy gets transferred all over the place, okay? Demons twist words. This is why I had to do away with the laws of Moses, okay? Because people didn't follow the spirit of the law, okay? They didn't follow... Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because I said they didn't follow the spirit of the law, but they were following after Moses. That's the thing. But they were word twisters, okay? Their actions... I'm God. I look at people and I can see the things that I can hear the things they say. I can look at their actions and I can see they're evil. I can tell people are evil just by the small decisions they make. It's that they get, you know, that's the thing, right? Evil people, you know, to me, you know, people basically have like a big sign hanging over their head, basically, that says they're evil. You know, I can basically have a 10-second interaction with somebody and I can learn a lot. I basically know, you know, I can tell pretty quickly what kind of person they are. You know, and the fact is that the vast majority of people on planet Earth are evil. That's not a joke. I'm not talking about 20%. I'm not talking about 30%. I'm not talking about 50%. I'm talking more like 99%. And I never used to know that. There was a time I had no idea. But I do now. Anyways. Well, I'm talking about this particular lifetime. Anyways, what was I going to look for? What did I want to talk about? Well, that's the thing, right? Because in magic, this thing, my butt is the all-seeing eye. Okay, that's because I mean, the book of Revelation, right? It talks about God and his throne and where he sits on the throne. Okay, that is how heaven is described. Okay, and the evil demons in the world, they want to get to heaven, but the description of heaven is God sitting on his throne in heaven. Okay, and so the magic, or it basically, any of these demons, they want to try to get to heaven. Basically, they get to my butthole. That's, but in terms of magic, that's where it all leads to. Okay, as crazy as it sounds, but you know, it's a magic thing, because that's the thing, my body, it rejects matter, right? That matter comes out as excrement, shit. It gets so boring talking about this, it really does. Anyways, what else can I talk about? Because I'm tired of saying the same thing every video. It's very boring. Yeah. What can I talk about? So, yeah, okay, look, so that's the thing, right? I for an eye, okay? I for, well, that's the thing, I have 4 eyes, you know? That's my name. People have called me 4 Eyes. So that name, you know, that's the thing. Demons, that's the thing, you know? It's a magic thing, right? I've been labeled so many different things. People have put like 1 million different labels on me, and demons use all those labels to attack me, to try to hide who I am, and to try to steal my identity. Because obviously there are a lot of 4 eyes in this world, aren't there? I mean, everyone has a forehead, for instance. Yeah, and then how many guys actually wear glasses, like I do? You know? But just because a guy wears a pair of glasses doesn't make him God. Does it? No. But the demons would like that to be so. Yeah, they would. So this is the thing. I for an eye. Well, that's the thing. The anus, yeah? I mean, if I said Grant, well, that's the thing, you know, people, you know, a person can refer to themselves as us. People do, right? Or you're referring to a group of people that you're a part of, you know, as in we. But, you know, Grant us. Well, that I am Grant, okay? The anus is called an us. So I for an I. Now look, I told people to forgive each other and love one another, but the fact is, the most human beings are all about the eye for an eye. Okay, they want to punish. They want to fight one another. Okay, they don't want to forgive. They don't want to love it. They don't want to forgive their enemies. They don't want to, you know, they want eye for an eye justice. Okay, and I specifically told people to forgive one another. Okay, and love one another, and love your enemies. You know, if someone hits you, you know, if someone strikes you on the cheek, turn the other cheek. You understand? Hopefully. But this is the thing, right? I am eye for an eye. I mean, I said that I'm coming back for my justice. Okay? And eye for an eye, well, that's the type of justice I'm looking for. Okay? Because obviously 2,000 years of telling people to, you know, well, that's the thing. You know, I said the time would come when people would be judged, and people would be punished who needed to be punished. Okay? I mean, how much more do I have to spell it out for you? You know, that's the thing. So that's the other thing, right? Because yeah, I was thinking about earlier. So the feast, not the feast, the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. So that's the 10th day of the 7th month, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Which is interesting because the first beast of Revelation, the first beast, he has 7 heads and 10 horns, and he has one of his heads seems to be wounded. I mean, this is the thing. I 2,000 years I came as Jesus Christ. Christ means anointed. Okay, so this is the if I say anointed, or let's say I'd say a different word, appointed. Okay, so if I said I am appointed or anointed, I mean obviously they're not quite, well, they're quite similar words, aren't they? But this is the thing, right? What is it that if I say I'm anointed, what am I saying? This is the thing. I am the one I'm God. Yeah, Jesus was the Messiah. Jesus was the chosen one, right? That's the thing. I'm the one who chooses. I'm the one who appoints. I'm the one who anoints. I'm God. Yeah? You understand? This is the thing, right? People have computers and phones, right? I've got a mouse for my computer. Yeah? Computers use applications, right? They use applications, and a mouse has a mouse on the screen. There's the mouse cursor. Yeah, it's a pointer. So every time I use my mouse, or use, right, mouse, I made the comparison between mouse and Moses, right? But appointed. This is the thing, right? I click on people's videos. I do all kinds of stuff like that. I'm not trying to appoint anybody. I'm God. Yeah, but the demons, they love to twist every little thing I do into, oh, is that what you want, is it? No. I mean, imagine you go to a drive-thru at McDonald's, right? And you say, you want a cheeseburger and some fries, but they're like, oh, you want an ice cream, do you? Or you want a muffin with that, do you? Or you want a milkshake? Oh, it's like, no. This is the thing. This is what the demons do, right? I make it very clear what I expect and what I want, and the demons twist it, and they say, oh, we'll give you something else instead. That's what the world is like. That's what the world is like. So, what do I want to... What did I want to do? What do I want to talk about? I mean, that's the other thing, right? The tribe of Issachar, right? The the tribe of Issachar. And that's the interesting thing as well, isn't it? Because it said that there were 87,000 of them. I think, yeah. So First Chronicles chapter 7 verse 1 to 5 lists the generations of the tribe of Issachar, totaling 87,000 mighty men of valor. Well, this is the thing. I was born 1987, okay? The 14th of November. King Charles was born on the 14th of November. Which year, I don't know. But he was born on the 14th of November, the same as me. My dad, my biological dad, is called Charles. Okay? So this is the thing, okay? So there's that tribe, and it's spelled Issachar. So Issachar, or Issachar, because you don't, no one pronounces the H in it really. They just say Issachar. I mean, there's that. That's the thing, right? If you said church that way, you would say Kirk, wouldn't you? You say Kirk. Well, that's the thing. There's that commentator, that political commentator. He's called Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. Captain Kirk, Star Trek. William Shatner, cunthead. Yeah. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Getting a little angry today. What else did I read? I read some others. I've read all kinds of, all over, I've just been flipping through different pages and just reading all kinds of really interesting stuff. And I read about the scapegoat. So apparently, yeah. I guess it was in the book of Leviticus, I think. It talks about when there's two male goats. It's the priest Aaron would, the rules were for Aaron to take two male goats, cast lots for them, and one would be sacrificed as a sin offering, I think, and then the other one would be the scapegoat, which is really interesting, right? Because people weren't sure what the scapegoat really, what did it actually mean? But that's how it's written, that's how it's translated. The scapegoat. Well, this is the thing. I grew up being the scapegoat. My family treated me as I was the scapegoat. Okay? This is the thing. I'm God. Okay? People, the demons, they always do that. That's the thing. They treat me like the enemy. They put all the blame on me. They abuse me and accuse me of all sorts of things. That is the life of a scapegoat. Okay? So, but the scapegoat in the book of Leviticus, so one would, the goat would be, so all the sins would be placed on the head of that goat, right? So they would put the sins on the goat's head, and then the goat would be given to somebody to take the goat out into the wilderness. And then it would be released in the wilderness. And then that would be it. So basically it's like the escape goat. It escapes being slaughtered. It escapes being sacrificed on the altar. Or at the altar, right? It escapes. How strange, huh? And obviously it has all the sins placed on it. Well, that's the thing. I was Jesus, right? I took the sins of the world on myself, right? And I made this point in another video as well, because in the book of Exodus it talks about, at the Passover, when it talks about, the Passover, when it's first talked about, I said that, the Israelites would need to take a lamb for sacrificing, and it had to be a 1-year-old male, and it could be taken from either the sheep or the goats. Now, I don't know back then if, I'll have to look into it, but that sort of implies to me that the same word lamb was being used for the young sheep and the young goats. But yeah, interesting though, isn't it? And that's a strange thing, right? Because in my country, in the United Kingdom, if I go to the supermarket, if I go out and buy some food, I'm not going to find, I don't see anyone selling goat anywhere. I mean, there's goat's milk and goat's cheese. I never see goat meat anywhere. Like, I don't think I've ever eaten goat's meat before. I've had goat's cheese, but I don't know what goat's milk tastes like. Yeah, well, it's just an interesting thought. Why is it no one eats goats? I mean, why is it that it's very uncommon to see? I mean, why is that? Anyway, people often say, they're like, why would God want people to, to sacrifice all these animals and all this stuff? And I was reading the rules about, if a man has, if an Israelite man, he has, well, for men and women, well, if a man has secretes bodily fluids, if he ejaculates semen, right? If he has a semen secretion, okay, then that would make him unclean for ceremonial purposes, okay? So he needed wash, and you'd have to wait a certain period of time. You have to wash his clothes. And then and that's the thing, when he comes back, he has to make a sacrifice to atone for it. So, and I think that would include, it would either be 2 doves or 2 pigeons. And it's like, why would you do that? Well, the fact is, well, if every time, a man secreted semen and he had to sacrifice 2 animals, well, you would think quite quickly he would feel guilty of having to sacrifice 2 animals or 2 birds, right? Every time he does it. So, it teaches him to, understand the consequences, because that's the thing, right? A lot of people, they think it's just a bodily urge, but that bodily urge can lead to very, very bad sin, that causes a lot of death, even though people don't like to acknowledge it. It does. And so, it taught them to be holy, okay? It taught them to be better. And there's lots of reasons for these things, okay? I just felt like mentioning that, okay? What else did I want to talk about? Yeah, so going back to the tribe of Issachar. Well, that's the thing, right? The tribe of Issachar. Well, that's the thing. What's a car? What's a car? People talk about karma and karmic. That's from, that's nothing to do with, that's evil stuff, that is, okay? That's nothing to do with Christianity at all, okay? I'm tired of having to mention that. But yeah, the tribe of Issachar. Yeah. what can I say about them, really? I mean, the other thing is that, you know, I'm seeing that there's other connections I need to figure out. But, you know, for instance, so, you know, the husband of Mary, the Virgin Mary, in the New Testament, that was Joseph. But Joseph was also the name of the son of Jacob, who, you know, he was picked on. So my understanding, so Joseph was Jacob's favorite, wasn't he? So Jacob loved Joseph, and he gave Joseph like a multicolor robe or coat, didn't he? He made him this very fancy piece of clothing. And his brothers were all jealous of him, okay? And that's the thing, right? So, you know, this, you know, I'm God. I said, you know, what did I mention about it? You know, I said that I am a jealous God. And, you know, that's mentioned in various places, right? But this is the thing, right? I'm God. The world is jealous of me because I'm God. Because everyone you know, so many people, so many demons, they want what's mine. I mean, why am Adam and Eve? That's right. They wanted to be God as well. Yeah, they wanted to be me too. But there's only one spot for God, and that's me. Okay, I'm God. And this is the thing, you know, I created everything. I created all the people, right? And, you know, I want to have a relationship with people, but all I get is a battle of people trying to steal my position as God. That's all I get. That's all I'm left with. And so, you know, I see people that have their relationships, you know, they have their lives, and I'm just trying to be, you know, I am God. Like, that's who I am. You know, I can't just like forget about it. You know, I can't just pretend I'm not God and try to have, you know, just pretend like I'm a normal average human being, because I'm not. I can't do that. It doesn't work like that. Believe me, I've tried. So, you know, I'm always battling with people. It's very depressing. And it makes me jealous. It does, because I look at people who get to live their lives and, you know, they don't have to face the battles that I do because I'm God. And people are constantly doing witchcraft against me and doing all kinds of, trying to put stumbling blocks in my way all the time. I've always got to watch my back all the time, even when there's nobody around me, because the entire world is spying on me all the time. I mean, it's like, if you ever heard of the hive mind, you know, the concept of the hive mind. You know, that concept is that, you know, they're, you know, all humans are linked to a central mind, okay? And so everyone is connected, and there's this central mind that's at the center of it. Well, I'm that mind. I'm God. I am, you know, it's a concept that would help you understand the role I play. I'm God. Okay? And so when I say everyone's spying on me, well, yeah. It's because I am the light of the world. Okay? Spirit. What's spirit? You know, what does spirit do? You know, spirit spirit communicates. You know, things happen. You know, if you're led by the spirit, or, you know, that's the thing, right? The spirit is, I mean, you know, the spirit is the word spirit has multiple meanings, doesn't it? You know, if you think ghost, you think spirit, right? But spirit can also be, you know, it's who you are. It's who, you know, it's like how you love, or how you hate, or how you you know, how you think, how you know, how you love or how you hate, basically. You know, that's your spirit as well, right? You know, do you have the spirit of love, or do you have the spirit of hatred? You know, you have a good spirit, or you have an evil spirit. And the thing is, 99% of the people in this world, at least, probably, are evil. Okay, they've got not, you know, they don't connect with my good spirit. They connect with, you know, they're trying to copy me in other ways. They're not trying to copy my love and forgiveness. They're trying to copy, you know, me in the most in any other way. You know, like they'll copy me. I mean, that's the thing. You know, they try to mirror me. You know, like if I go lie down on the floor, they want to lie down on the floor, as you know, or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? They will speak as if they are me. They will act as if they are me. It's hard to explain, okay? It is. Anyways, how many people died during World War II? I think it was about 80 million people. That's a lot of people. It's interesting, those next. So I was Jesus of Nazareth. And, you know, obviously there's that word Nazi as well, right? It's a very similar word. N-A-Z. And obviously, you know, they have, well, in the land of Israel, you know, they have those people who call themselves Jews. You know, you have the Ashkenazi Jews. But that's the thing. You know, they say they are Jews, but they aren't Jews. They are not God's chosen people. I do not choose them. They are frauds and evildoers. Okay? And there are a lot of Christians who think otherwise. Well, that's their problem, right? I mean, they can't tell when they're looking at a bunch of evil people. You know, that's the thing, right? You know, so many so-called Christians, they worship, they bless, they think, well, God told us to bless the Israel, you know, bless Israel if you want to be blessed. So they basically look at these people who claim that they're Jews, and they say, oh, they're wonderful people, God bless them. And they're so evil. It's so evil. As a group of people. I'm not saying every single one of them, but I'm saying the vast majority of them, yeah. I mean, that goes for literally most people on planet Earth, to be quite honest. But for a bunch of people who are claiming they're God's chosen people and trying to pretend that they're holy, I mean, they have to be some of the worst people on planet Earth. I mean, those people were born out of the idea of, you know, the synagogue of Satan, the chair of Moses. You know, they follow after the evil spirit of Moses. Moses is evil. He is evil. He is. You see, he was like a fork in the road. Yeah? So there was Moses, there was the slaves who were freed from Egypt. You know, I got Moses to behave like he was me, God, and Aaron was his prophet, and Aaron was speaking on the behalf of Moses, pretending to be good. Okay? That's written down in the book of Exodus. But I was talking about Joseph, wasn't I? Joseph, you know, his brothers became jealous of him. So, and it's important because his name was the same as the husband of Mary. Okay? Because he was not my father. You understand? He was not my dad. You understand? He was, you know, and it goes with the parable. It's like, how do you enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods? First you must bind him. It's in, you know, tie a knot. Yeah? I mean, it's crazy to think, right? You know, I was Jesus. I said, I'm the Son of God. And here we are now. The word son can mean the sun in the sky, right? I am the light of the world. Why is it that is the case? Why has man done this? Why is man obsessed with trying to steal my power? Because this is the thing. Any man who has a son, or a woman has a son, as in, you know, she gives birth to a boy, that's the son, right? Okay? But then every man that was ever born is a son. And then there's the sun that's in the sky. So, you know, I was Jesus. I said, I'm the light of the world. But now I have to compete with every single man in existence. Because every man is a son of somebody, aren't they? Now, why is it I find myself in this situation? It's because the world is evil. That's why. It's all got to do with the story of the Tower of Babel. I explained the story of the Tower of Babel. It was a bunch of people who wanted to build a tower to heaven. Okay? It's a magic story. You know the story about Adam and Eve? Yeah? Yeah, would you really think I kicked Adam and Eve out of the garden for eating a bit of fruit? And that was it. That was, oh, you ate a bit of fruit, did you? Oh, naughty, naughty. No, it's a magic story. There's a deeper meaning to it. It's the same with the Tower of Babel. You know, I spoke in parables. Okay? Those with eyes to see will see. Right? If it's there, you know, it's written a certain way. You know, it also, you know, that's the thing, right? You know, that's the thing. Words are, you know, words are magic. Okay? I mean, that's the thing. In the Gospel of John, I'm described as the Word. I'm God. You know, I breathed life into man. I speak. I spoke. I manifested. Okay? I create. People are so basic. They don't understand very much. People who call themselves Christians, they understand some stuff, but they don't understand anywhere as much as I do. I'm God. And so, you know, I can keep telling people, but they're like, what do you want about? You sound crazy. What was this about babbling here? I saw the word babbling somewhere. Hang on. That's all I'm in the book of Matthew. Where did it say? Babbling. And when you pray, do not keep on babbling like pagans, for they think they will be heard because of their many words. Do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you ask him. I mean, that's the thing, right? If your father, that's the thing. It's an interesting thought, that, isn't it? So, if your Father knows what you need before you even pray, then why pray at all? Well, it's an interesting. I mean, well, the act of praying is, doing it is, well, there are good reasons for doing that, right? I mean, it shows commitment, and it's being committed. Building relationship with God, with me. But words are magic. You ask and you shall receive. So that's the thing, right? I was encouraging people to pray. That's the thing. There are multiple things all happening at the same time. Do I seem too human to be God? Do I seem too human? I am who I am. Yeah, that's who I am. That's the thing. I've been alive in this body for 30 years before basically I figured out who I was. I mean, maybe even longer than that. That's only when I was about 30, 31, 32 when I started to understand that I have a very big role to play. I started to figure out, okay, because I got surrounded by demons. I mean, literally, well, you don't know. That's the thing. I've told my story so many times, I don't know when nobody believes it. Nobody cares. So, what did I want to talk about? What else did I... Yeah, so the thing about Joseph, right? So he was... his brothers were jealous of him. They tried to kill him, okay? And he got sold into slavery in Egypt, okay? And he was a prisoner. But then the Egyptians... They let him out of jail, and he got a leadership position, didn't he, in Egypt. So, and that's the thing, right? So when Joseph died, he was buried in Egypt. If I'm fairly certain that's correct. Now, the thing about this all connects with sex magic as well, because. Well, that's the thing. Egypt is known as is called the land of bondage, and Egypt is compared with Sodom, right? And people call Sodom. Well, people say sodomize, right? So this is talking about immoral sexual practices, okay? And so so if he was buried in Egypt, well, this is the thing. People who do bondage and anal sex, okay? I'm sure there's a magic connection here, okay? I mean, this is the thing, right? Because Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, this is the other thing, right? Because yeah, I don't know. But in some countries, you know, it's quite common for you know, if a woman isn't supposed to lose her virginity, she'll have anal sex instead, in order to you know, so that her hymen is still intact, right? What an interesting word that is, isn't it? Hymen. 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 Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of word, you know, like, is that not similar to, like, saying something like God's throne? Yeah, or like high man, or God's throne, or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, what other words would you like to call it? Do you know what I mean? This is the thing. Why do people call things the things? Why did they choose the words? It's because, well, look, the Tower of Babel. What did they do? That's right, they wanted to build a tower, and that's the thing. The tower is the shape of a phallus, isn't it? Yeah, it's a big long stick. Yeah. Isn't that another interesting thing as well? Because, you know, I spoke about the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. So that's the 10th day of the 7th month, right? Well, 9/11, right? 9/11. Yeah? September, sept, means 7. Yeah? And 11, well, 11's the day after the 10th. So isn't that interesting? So in New York, the day after, you know, so the day after the 10th day of the 7th month, they get hit, you know, that's the thing, right? The towers came down. There's probably some connection. Okay. And what was the other thing? You know, there was a rule. I think it's in the book of Leviticus. So it's about Aaron and his family. I think they have to bake 12 loaves of bread, and they had to make 2 stacks of bread. So it would be 6. It would be a stack of 6 loaves of bread, and then there would be another one. So that's 2 stacks of bread. Like, I guess, made me think of 2 towers, which is kind of interesting. I haven't quite figured that out yet, but I just thought I'd point it out. Yeah, another thing, you know, I watched on the news. So I was watching Sky News earlier, and they were talking about Thailand. So Thai gay rights. Thai gay rights. So they're talking about how, you know, they've passed a law or something like that to talking about Thailand, you know, and their gay rights, basically. So, you know, people talk about human rights, don't they? I mean, so if I say human rights, well, that's the thing. I'm God, right? Right? You know, I've got pens. You know, when I used to go to school, I used to do a lot of writing. Yeah, I'm human rights. Yeah, or I'm human wrote. You know, I can say the words. I didn't write it. You know, you don't know what spelling that is, right? If I write it down for you, you can see what I'm writing. But if I show it to you, but I mean, it's the thing, right? So my throne is in heaven, right? You know, I told, you know, when I was Jesus, I said, I sit at the right hand of the Father. you know, and that's where you know, if you follow me, that's where you're supposed to stand. You're supposed to stand at the right hand of the Father. Okay, so if I'm on my throne and you're supposed to be standing at my right side, then technically I'm left. Okay, and obviously the English language didn't exist back then, right? Right? So if I'm top, you know, that's the thing. If I'm my throne's in heaven, so that means I'm at the top, and I sit left of the others who were supposed to be on my right. But if they're on my right, then that means that I'm left, and left has multiple meanings. Do you understand? You know, so, you know, the reason is, you know, that my enemy, the demons, they use that to their advantage. You know, they want to abandon me, God, they want to leave me. Yeah, but then they want to pretend that they are still around me, that they still have something to do with me. Do you understand? Because left has more than one meaning, and so it's a way of deflecting the truth. You know, it's you know, that's the thing. They're trying to run from the truth. They're trying to hide from the truth. They're trying to hide from me. They're trying to play game. They're trying to steal my identity, my power, and the world is conspiring with them. Okay, the world, that's what the world does. So, what else can I talk about? I mean, think of the word Lamentations, okay? Because it's the book of Lamentations. Well, who is the Lamb? Who is the Lamb? Lamentations. I've got biological family, they live in Wales. Yeah. Well, I said there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth, you know? Wailing. Wail. Lamentations. Ice cream. Ice cream sundae. Ice cream. I mean, this is the thing. The world is like this, you know. The world is obsessed with my power so much that, you know, what makes them happy is, I mean, you know the story about the whore of Babylon. She's drunk on the blood of the saints. Yeah, that's what people of this world are like. They're basically, you know, they feel like they're living the high life, while there are, you know, sex slaves in dungeons and people who are, you know, sacrificed and murdered, and people who are living oppressed lives, and people are just going about feeling like they're living the high life, like, ooh, I feel so good, you know, just drunk. Yeah, drunk off the blood of the... Well, that's the story, isn't it? Drunk off the blood of the saints. But that's really what the world is like. It really is. Yeah? You know, there are people out there probably screaming their head off. They're probably screaming off their head off, asking for help. They want the help. But people who are living the high life, they're more than happy to, you know, that's the thing, you know, they want to live in a country and call it Wales, or they want to, you know, they want to sit there and eat their ice cream sundaes, and, you know, and shit like that. You know, that's an example. But I see it's an observable pattern. That's what the world does. Because the demons like people to cover up what they're doing. Yeah? So they give you a pat on the back. for, hiding all their evil shit that they do. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you turn away from me, God, what's going to happen? Your enemies will overtake you. You will go into bondage. Yeah, you'll go into captivity. Yeah, you'll be destroyed. That's what's happening. Why do you think, there are so many people speak about the rich, right? The people who are a part of secret societies, and they're involved with sex trafficking rings, sex parties, and all sorts of stuff. That's how many people got sex dungeons, and how many of they got are underage children. I mean, look at Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, the story about him. I saw a video the other day. Yeah, well, I think it was this morning actually. Donald Trump. It was back in, I think it was in the 1990s, and Donald Trump at a party with Jeffrey Epstein, just dancing around and just talking, standing next to Jeffrey Epstein, just having a laugh with him. I mean, that's who you've got as the president. That's the United States president now. The United States of America. That's the president again. And people think, and lots of people who call themselves Christians, they think he's great. They think he's a vessel of God. Those are demon-possessed people being led around by demons. And those demons are playing the game of, oh, Donald Trump is God. You see, people don't understand the words that they say. Because people speak and they think they know what they're saying, but they don't actually know what they're saying. Because there's so much code in there. That's the thing. It's code. It's all double speak. Double speak. It's like when Donald Trump said, "So help me God." What's he saying? Is he saying that he's God? Or is he actually asking God for help? Which one is it? Because nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's the thing. Which way is it? Well, who's clarifying? Who's the person who managed to clarify that one? And Elon Musk with his, I am so tired of looking at, the X platform, right? It's full of pornography. Should just call it XXX, huh? So, that's the thing, right? Because that's the thing, isn't it? Because I was Jesus and I was called the Son of Man. And I was reading the book of Ezekiel earlier on, and I said to Ezekiel, I said, Son of Man, Son of Man, I kept saying Son of Man to him. And it's obviously, because that's the thing, I was Jesus and I said that my yoke is easy, right? Easy. Well, Ezekiel, right? It's a magic connection. Excuse me. But so I was the Son of Man, but I wasn't the son of Joseph. He was the husband of Mary. But that's the thing. Ma means M-A. Ma is a way of saying mother. So, and that's the thing, I said, back then I said, I am the light of the world. Yeah? Well, man, he walks around on Earth and he calls that big star in the sky and they call it the sun. Son of man. You understand? Son of God, son of man. Okay. I mean, that's the thing, I explained that my butt is the sun. I mean, that's the thing, I was Jesus 2,000 years ago, right? And that's the other thing, right? So what's a poo, right? A poo, people call it a number 2. And, thou sand is material. It's earth material. It's a magic thing. So 2,000 years ago in the past, yeah, what's behind me? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. My zodiac sign is Scorpio. And a Scorpio, in magic, in tarot, I'm associated with the death card. Okay, the 4th horseman of the apocalypse. Remember, there's 4 horses in total, right? So the 4th horseman, the rider of the pale horse, the rider is called Death. And the scorpion, the scorpion's mentioned in the book of Revelation. The sting of the scorpion, right? Well, that's the thing, the sting is in the tail, okay? The tail, well, that's the thing. People say that the Bible, they say, oh, well, it's just a bunch of fairy tales, right? The tail, right? Sting in the tail. Poison. Yeah, poison. Death. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because in magic, so when people do anal sex, that is because it's the sting in the tail, because it's the sting, it hurts, right? It stings. It's the sting in the tail, and it's associated magically with death. Okay? But, I died. I was crucified. And I got the keys to death and Hades. Yeah? That's the thing, right? People say, oh, well, if you're Jesus, why are you so naughty then? Well, I'm God. I can do, that's the thing. My justice. My justice is my justice. I'm God. I don't answer. I do not need to answer to people. If I choose to explain myself, I do that out of kindness. Yeah? I do that because I choose to. The weather sounds like it's raining outside. Anyway, there's so many things I can talk about. Whew. I mean, that's the other thing. Passover, okay? So P as over. Well, the word over, I mean, you ever heard the expression, I'm gonna fuck you up? You know what I mean? The word up, that's the thing, I'm God. I'm associated with the words up and over. I'm the highest. I'm above everybody. I'm God. But the demons want to twist it all. And, they want to try and, the demons, the world wants to put me as low as possible while it elevates itself as high as possible. Why do you think people are so obsessed with smoking weed these days? I've been around here for 37 years and, people in the world smoke more weed now than they ever did before. Everyone wants to get high all of a sudden. Where's that then? Do you think? What's been it? So, what else can we talk about here? I mean, that's the other thing, right? So the tabernacle, you know, the tent of the tabernacle, right? I mean, every keyboard, right? My key, you know, it has a tab key on it, right? Now, remember what I said about my back, now it's connected with the sun, you know, and obviously, you know, people called, you know, they called a hole, right? Holy, ho. You know, what's backstabbing? You know? Well, the word tab is in backstab. Yeah? Backstab. Tabernacle. Yeah? And you get all of those tabby... Isn't there tabby cats? Tabby cats. Yeah. Cats. Well, that's the thing, you know, people who do anal sex, well, you know, they treat it like it's a cat, a pussy. You know what I'm saying? You know, people say stuff like raining cats and dogs. Yeah. Cats and dogs. This is a really fantastic Bible. It's the study Bible. It's the I think it's Zondervan. Yeah, NIV study Bible. It's probably my favourite one actually. So I've got loads. I put in an order one day from Cambridge Bibles. I must have ordered about 4 Bibles from them. I must have spent about, you know, I put an order in for about £600 or £700. And they had a computer system. Their computer systems went down for 2 weeks. Well, they said that they had a massive IT failure, and they had to cancel my order and said that their delay was likely to be about 2 weeks. So yeah, it was a strange thing. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. What do you expect? Fighting an evil world. That's what happens. Not that anyone fucking believes me, of course, but there we go. So, what can we talk about? I mean, this is the thing, right? So after when Moses died, it was Joshua, or Yeshua, who carried on from Moses. So Joshua was supposed to lead the Israelites after Moses died, right? And Joshua, or Yeshua, was called Yeshua, son of Nun. Okay? So this is a really interesting thing, because you know what a Catholic nun is. You know, it's spelled N-U-N. So I think Nun must have been, that would have been the dad of Yeshua. Okay? But that's the thing, Nun is a 0. It's a whole. Right? It's a 0. And if it's saying son of none, well, you know, what does that mean? Does that mean that he is the son of nobody? Or, I mean, that's the thing. You know, it has multiple meanings. And it's speaking, you know, it's really important to understand these things, okay? Words are, it's a puzzle, okay? And I'm explaining it. So please pay attention. You know, you should be impressed. You should be. I'm explaining to you very interesting stuff here. You know, who else tells you this stuff? I mean, you know, the small scroll. So in the book of Revelation, it talks about, in chapter 10, the book of Revelation, there's the mighty angel. He comes down from heaven. He has a rainbow on his head. Yeah? Got my chemotherapy hat. Yeah? Not that I have cancer, as far as I'm aware, but I've got my rainbow chemotherapy hat. I bought it on Amazon, and it turns out it's a chemotherapy hat. But yeah, whatever, right? But yeah, so the mighty angel, he comes down, robed in a cloud, yeah? A cloud with a rainbow on his head. And he has, he has the scroll in his hand, doesn't he? He has a little scroll in his hand. Well, this is the thing, right? I'm doing everything. I post on social media, right? A mouse, but you see, this is a mouse. It's a Mickey Mouse, a mouse. Yeah, Mickey Mouse. You know what a mic is? You're a Michael, mic drop. Mice, mouse, mouse. I've got quite an interesting mouse here actually. It's made by Razer. It's got like a snaky thing on there. It's called the Death Adder. I don't know. Maybe I should change my mouse. I don't know, but but anyway, look. It's got a little scroll wheel on it. Okay, it's a little scroll. The reason it's called it. That's the thing. This is not an accident. Okay. Let me explain the magic that's all behind this. But I mean, a phone, you swipe up and down with it, but it's a scroll thing, isn't it? And that's the thing, swipe is an interesting word, isn't it? Because if you swipe something, it could be used as a word to steal as well. Kind of like the word seize. If you seize with your eyeballs, or you're taking something, like seizing the moment or the opportunity. Anyways. Where was I going with this? So, the small scroll, okay? So, the author of the book, John the Divine, he's called John the Divine, and I'm not quite sure why he gets the word divine added to his name, but, well, yeah, I don't know, but, anyways, that's what he's called, according to some of the Bibles, anyway, I've read. But he takes the small scroll out of the hand of the angel, yeah, and he says, eat it up and it'll be in your mouth sweet as honey, but in your stomach it will be bitter. So this is the thing, right? The land of milk and honey. And there's also the story about this Samson. He killed the lion, and how it had honeybees that had gone into the lion, right? And it was like in the lion's stomach, I suppose. It was inside the body of So that's basically it's in the torso area of the lion, I suppose. I'd have to double check, but there's that bitterness, and that bitterness, well, to me, so much, the second beast of the book of Revelation, a lot that really points to Moses. And like I said, it's like, I mean, the synagogue of Satan, they like to sit on the chair of Moses. They preach the laws of Moses. They have the Talmud, where they've written down all the, they call it the oral Torah. They've got 63 volumes, or they call it 63 tractates. 6-3, that's 666, 6-3, 3 sixes, right? Genesis 6:3. It says that man is, the days of man will be 120 years. Moses died at 120 years old, and he wasn't allowed to go into the land of milk and honey. He was bitter. Okay? So, you know, it's this. And, you know, well, that's the thing. I suppose I say, you know, I'm bitter as well. Well, I'm furious. I'm furious at the world. Of course I am. I'm God. I should be, shouldn't I? Am I supposed to be happy? I mean, it's absurd, this world. You know, people want to go to football games or boxing matches or whatever, and they want to pray to me and be like, "Oh, help me win, God," or you know, people like Mel Gibson. They want to, you know, do you know what I mean? Like Mel Gibson wants to pretend he's like some kind of saint or something like that. I mean, what a joke! What a sick joke! People actually believe that. You know, people want to believe that. You know, they want to believe that their favorite musician, when they say that they love God and God loves them, they want to believe it because that's convenient. That's convenient for them to believe that, because people would rather, they don't want to give up. They don't want to give up all that evil stuff. I mean, you know, what does Donald Trump have to do to convince people that God has appointed him? I mean, what is it he's got to say exactly? Do you know what I mean? Basically, hardly anything. Or Elon Musk, you know what I mean? Like, these people, what have they done? Look at what they're involved with and have been involved with and what they're doing. These people are masquerading as if they are God. They're trying to pretend they are God without saying that they're God. They're magicians. Wizards. I mean, what do you think they do at the Freemasons? You know, at their they do rituals, magic, divination. They understand code word. They understand Babel. They have a certain understanding of magic and witchcraft. They know how to signal things to one another. They can communicate in code. And the average man and woman has no idea. They just worship those people. Instead, they think they're great. Well, they ignore me. So, what else do I want to talk about here? Let's flip through some pages, see if anything in particular. Whew. The Book of Ruth. Yeah, that's an interesting book, isn't it? Ruth. So Ruth was a woman, right? Let's have a look here. I mean, you know, Ruth is a woman's name, isn't it? And that's the thing, right? Truth has the name Ruth in it. The book is a story of Naomi's transformation from despair to happiness through selfless, God-blessed acts of Ruth and Boaz. Naomi moves from emptiness to fullness, from destitution to security and hope. Now that's really interesting because I actually used to have an arcade machine. It's a very interesting story because when I used to live in a council flat, I used to live on the third floor of a council flat building, right? And I used to really play a lot of Street Fighter, so I wanted to get an arcade machine. I found one on eBay, and I managed to pay some guys to load it into a van or a lorry. I think it was a van, a big van, a Luton van, and I had to help two strong guys, carry this thing up the stairs. It must have weighed about, I think it was almost 150 kilograms. But I had a Naomi arcade machine, and I had to actually disassemble some of it just to get it through the door. But I had it for a couple of years. But that's interesting, isn't it? A Naomi was magic, a magic item. Yeah. God uses the faithfulness of Ruth and Boaz to fill Naomi's emptiness by sustaining her life and providing an heir. Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know some of this. Ruth the Moabite. Well, that's the thing. Moses was buried in Moab, wasn't he? In the land of Moab. Moses. You know, what else bites? A snake bites, doesn't it? Moabite. Ab. This is the other thing as well, because my ex-girlfriend, the last girlfriend I had, which was, I lived with her for a year, and that would have been about 12 or 13 years ago. Something like that, maybe 40. It was a long time ago. Her name was Ania Bilak. So her initials are A-B, right? And Abba means father, okay? And obviously Abraham or Abram. Well, that's the thing. I was with my ex-girlfriend, and her initials were Ab, A-B, Ab-Ram. So in a way, I am Ab-Ram, because I rammed Ab. Yeah? Abracadabra. Witchcraft. Yeah, she was from Poland. Polish. I'll tell you what, if Putin decides to drop some nuclear warheads on Poland, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. I really wouldn't. Wouldn't care. Oh, let's not forget about the book of Job. Do you have a Job? No, I don't have a Job, actually. I hate having a Job, if you know what I'm saying. It's interesting though, because every Job I've ever had, I've always suffered. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because when everything is restored to him at the end, his inheritance is double. Yeah? What's a double? Well, that's the thing, you know, the world mimics me. It tries to pretend it's me. The world is acting as my double. You know, imagine if imagine you had to suffer horribly, and then your inheritance was to be cloned by everybody. Yeah? So everyone acted as your double, acted as if they were you, and pretended like you didn't exist. Just to add insult to injury. Yeah. Job! You want to be a Job? I say. Oh, babble. Hosea. Habakkuk, Zechariah. Excuse me. Well, there's that word char again, right? You know, I said Issachar, Charlie, Charles. My biological dad is called Charles. King Charles shares the same birthday as me. So there's Zechariah, Zechariah, Zechariah. It's a bit more. Oh, we got a chapter here. Chapter 6, talking about the 4 chariots. Yeah? The 4 chariots? So what's this about then? Oh. Let's have a read of this. Okay. There's some, this looks like a, oh, we've got a flying scroll. A woman in a basket. The gold lampstand and the 2 olive trees. Yeah, I'm not sure if have I read the book of Zechariah. I probably have read it, but yeah, my memory's not the best these days. I'll be quite honest. I wish it was a bit better. Saying that, it's hard to remember a lot of this stuff. I mean, there's so much information, and it's easy to get confused with other books and stuff, so. The fact is that I'm studying and learning every single day. I don't remember the last time I had a day off. You know, I work for years at a time. I just keep going and going and going and going and going every single day. You know, I have all kinds of stuff I have to do. Anyways, I still haven't got around to doing much cleaning. Got a house that's filthy. So filthy, you wouldn't believe it. Okay, so what? 4 horns and 4 craftsmen. 4 horns, okay. And then the gold lampstand and the 2 olive trees. What's this say then? Oh, this looks interesting. Wait, hang on. What's it? Oh, a man with a measuring line. Oh, measuring. Hang on a second. Ooh, this looks interesting. Okay, hang on. Let's read the introduction. Theme: God, through the prophet Zechariah, using visions and symbols, encourages his people to complete the rebuilding of the temple, which foreshadows their glorious future. Right, okay. Haggai? Wait, what? Haggai. Now, there's an interesting name, because who's Haggai? Well, that's the thing. You know, Hagar, right? Hagar had a son with Abraham, and his name was Ishmael. So Haggai, yeah, Haggai. It's a magic connection there, okay? Haggai, because you know what guy means, right? And Hag is short for what can be short for Hagar. So, wow, this is... Have I even read this before? Oh, go on, let's do... Do I really want to read that much? I think it's a lot to read. Ooh. Yeah, I'll go on. So this is the NIV. I'll do some reading. I might as well just read out to you. Okay. So, Book of Zechariah, chapter 1, verse 1. In the 8th month of the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Zechariah, son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo. The Lord was very angry with your ancestors. Therefore tell the people, this is what the Lord Almighty says. Return to me, declares the Lord Almighty, and I will return to you, says the Lord Almighty. Do not be like your ancestors, to whom the earlier prophets proclaimed, this is what the Lord Almighty says. Turn from your evil ways and your evil practices. But they would not listen or pay attention to me, declares the Lord. Where are your ancestors now? And the prophets, do they live forever? But did not my words and my decrees, which I commanded my servants the prophets, overtake your ancestors? Then they repented and said, the Lord Almighty has done to us what our ways and practices deserve, just as he determined to do. On the 24th day of the 11th month, the month of Shebat, in the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Zechariah, son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo. During the night I had a vision, and there before me was a man mounted on a red horse. So obviously, okay, so the red horse that's mentioned, that's the I believe that's the second horseman. So there's the 7 seals that are mentioned in the book of Revelation. The second seal, so the first seal is the white horseman, the second seal is the red horseman, the third one is the black horseman, and the fourth one is death, the pale horse. Okay, so perhaps there's some connection here. During the night I had a vision, and there before me was a man mounted on a red horse. He was standing among the myrtle trees in a ravine. Behind him were red, brown, and white horses. I asked, what are these, my Lord? The angel who was talking with me answered, I will show you what they are. Then the man standing among the myrtle trees explained, they are the ones the Lord has sent to go throughout the earth. And they reported to the angel of the Lord, who was standing among the myrtle trees, we have gone throughout the earth and found the whole world at rest and in peace. Sorry, I could probably do it for drink, I think. Get a very dry mouth. I'll roll a cigarette. I mean, I know it's not water, but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna keep reading. Because I think it's important. I mean, you could, this is the thing. I think I'm gonna do videos like this, so I'm researching whilst recording the video, because, well, that's the thing, right? I figure out things, I can explain things. You can see how I figure things out and talk about things as I figure things out as well, rather than just me figure things out and just telling you in a video after I figured out what it is. So where was I? We have gone throughout the earth and found the whole world at rest and in peace. Then the angel of the Lord said, Lord Almighty, how long will you withhold mercy from Jerusalem and from the towns of Judah, which you have been angry with these 70 years? So the Lord spoke kind and comforting words to the angel who talked with me. I'm getting a really... Yeah. Sorry. It's... I don't know. Demons do some weird stuff around me. They always like to mess with me when I'm trying to speak. Especially when I'm speaking powerful words. They like to try and make me choke. They try to make me salivate. All kinds of stuff. They really do just drive me mad. I don't know how they manage to do it, but they do. Not that there's anything to worry about, really. But anyways, it's just a bit irritating. So, Lord Almighty, how long will you withhold mercy from Jerusalem and from the towns of Judah, which you have been angry with these 70 years? So the Lord spoke kind and comforting words to the angel who talked with me. Then the angel who was speaking to me said, proclaim this word. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I am very jealous for Jerusalem and Zion, and I am very angry with the nations that feel secure. I was only a little angry, but they went too far with the punishment. Therefore, this is what the Lord says. I will return to Jerusalem with mercy, and there my house will be rebuilt. And the measuring line will be stretched out over Jerusalem, declares the Lord Almighty. Proclaim further, this is what the Lord Almighty says. My towns will again overflow with prosperity, and the Lord will again comfort Zion and choose Jerusalem. Then I looked up, and there before me were 4 horns. I asked the angel who was speaking to me, what are these? He answered me, these are the horns that scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. Then the Lord showed me 4 craftsmen. I asked, what are these coming to do? He answered, these are the horns that scattered Judah, so that no one could raise their head, but the craftsmen have come to terrify them and throw down these horns of the nations who lifted up their horns against the land of Judah to scatter its people. Oh, flipping out. Okay. Then I looked up, and there before me was a man with a measuring line in his hand. I asked, where are you going? He answered me, to measure Jerusalem, to find out how wide and how long it is. So that's the really interesting thing, because I think it's chapter 10 of the book of Revelation. You know, there was a measuring rod, I think. You know, it was to go measure the temple. So perhaps this is a connection here. While the angel was speaking, who was speaking to me, while the angel who was speaking to me was leaving, another angel came to meet him and said to him, run, tell that young man, Jerusalem will be a city without walls, because of the great number of people and animals in it. And I myself will be a wall of fire around it, declares the Lord, and I will be its glory within. Come, come, flee from the land of the north, declares the Lord, for I have scattered you to the 4 winds of heaven, declares the Lord. Excuse me. Come, Zion, escape, you who live in daughter Babylon. For this is what the Lord Almighty says. After the glorious one has sent me against the nations that have plundered you, for whoever touches you touches the apple of his eye, I will surely raise my hand against them, so that their slaves will plunder them. Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me. Shout and be glad, daughter Zion, for I am coming, and I will live among you, declares the Lord. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day and will become my people. I will live among you, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. So hang on a second. So it's saying the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. So who is this? The angel of the Lord. While the angel who was speaking to me was leaving, another angel came to meet him and said to him, Run, tell that young man, Jerusalem will be a city without walls, because so yeah, there's these angels. So I mean, this book it's written a little bit differently from other books. So it's the way it flows is a bit different. Anyway, it says, I will live among you, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. The Lord will inherit Judah as his portion in the Holy Land, and will again choose Jerusalem. Be still before the Lord, all mankind, because he has roused himself from his holy dwelling. Clean garments for the high priest. Okay, so chapter 3. Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. Now that's interesting, right? Because, well, Joshua, that's the thing. The Hebrew way of saying that is Yeshua. So I could read it. So then he showed me Yeshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. Well, this is the thing, right? Because God, the way it's supposed to be, God is in heaven. God sits in heaven on his throne, and Jesus and those who follow Jesus are supposed to be at the right hand of God. Okay, but this is talking about Joshua, son of Nun. Okay, so not Jesus, but Yeshua of, who's mentioned in the Old Testament. The one who took over from Moses. And it says, so Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord. So when it says the angel of the Lord, I mean, this is the thing, right? How do you know it's not saying that it's actually God as an angel? Because it's saying the angel of the Lord. If I'm God, can God take the form of an angel? How do you interpret it? And it says, and Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. Well, anyway, yeah, okay, so it's the angel of the Lord, and then Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. The Lord said to Satan, the Lord rebuke you, Satan. The Lord who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you. Is not this man a burning stick snatched from the fire? That's an interesting thing, because obviously Sat-an, well, you know, people have sex. You know, a man has sex. You know, he sits on a woman, like, you know, it's like, well, in magic, you know, it's a sitting on, you know, like the woman's his throne and he sits on her, right? So Sat-an, you know, anus, you know, Sat-an, you know. It says here, is not this man a burning stick snatched from the fire? Now Joshua was dressed in filthy clothes as he stood before the angel. The angel said to those who were standing before him, take off his filthy clothes. Then he said to Joshua, see, I have taken away your sin, and I will put fine garments on you. Then I said, put a clean turban on his head. So why is that? So if they take off his filthy clothes and put on fine, you know, white garments, for instance, well, that's the thing. You know, white is associated with the light. Okay? And obviously the rainbow is also associated with light as well. This is why this world is, you know, I mean, that's the thing. You think how many black and brown people, they call themselves, you know, they're of the rainbow people, right? And, you know, gay and LGBT, they call themselves rainbow as well. But, you know, black and brown, I mean, well, that's the thing. White is, you know, pure light is white, okay? I mean, obviously light comes in different colors, but the white light is, you know, that's the light of God, right? And a rainbow is the splitting of that light, okay? I mean, that's the thing, right? Because God sits on a throne, right? Like a king sits on a throne, or an emperor sits on a throne, okay? And the thing about a king or an emperor is that they reign. You know, a king reigns, yeah? And what happens when you have light and rain? You get rainbow, right? You get the rainbow, you get the splitting of the light. So then he said to Joshua, see, I have taken away your sin, and I will put fine garments on you. Then I said, put a clean turban on his head. So they put a clean turban on his head and clothed him, while the angel of the Lord stood by. The angel of the Lord gave this charge to Joshua. This is what the Lord Almighty says. If you will walk in obedience to me and keep my requirements, then you will govern my house and have charge of my courts. And I will give you a place among these standing here. Listen, high priest Joshua, you and your associates seated before you, who are men symbolic of things to come. Yeah? Oh, that's very interesting, isn't it? Listen, high priest Joshua, you and your associates seated before you, who are men symbolic of things to come. Well, how interesting is that? You know, Yeshua, Jesus. Jesus was called the high priest of the order of Melchizedek. Okay? Melchizedek was the one who approached Abraham in the book of Genesis, I suppose. Yeah, I think that would make sense, wouldn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm getting really... Oh, I've been sat in this seat for such a long time. Got a very sore tailbone. Oh, I need to get a comfier seat, I think. I spend more than 15 hours a day sat in the seat. That's not a joke. remember when I don't even have a sofa I can sit on. Seriously. I'm either sitting in this chair or I'm lying in my bed. And I live in a 3-bedroom house. I mean, go figure. I've got an armchair behind me, but it's just covered in Bibles and stuff. So, got like 10 Bibles back there. So this is a really interesting book. I'm not sure if I have read it before, actually. I think I would have remembered, to be honest. So yeah, this is, it's fascinating. So what's this saying? So, I mean, this is the thing. It says, if you walk... yeah, it's really interesting, because it's like, well, who are those two angels? Because the two angels that I hear about in, there's Gabriel and there's Archangel Michael. And that's the thing, right? Gabriel is evil. Okay? I mean, that's not mentioned in the Bible. I'm God, I'm telling you that. That's the fact. Gabriel is Mary. Okay? Now, I know it doesn't say that in the Bible, but that's actually the truth. It's who she is. People think Gabriel's a man. Well, Gabriel was Mary. Is Mary. I don't know if there's some weird transsexual thing there. I don't know. I really don't know. But you notice that the word gay is in Gabriel. Yeah? If you look at Hollywood movies, I mean, that film Swordfish? The main character played by John Travolta, called Gabriel. I mean, there are lots of people out, the name Gabriel and Raphael, both very evil. Okay? They're very evil. Those are evil angels. That's the thing, back then, back when these things were written down, things were a bit different back then, okay? Things have changed since then, or they had an agenda all along, basically, is what I'm saying. Much to my surprise. Okay. I had to figure this out. And that took time. Okay. Well, you know the story about Judas, right? He was an apostle, right? He was a follower of Jesus, and then what did he do? He changed his mind. Yeah. You wouldn't be the only one. Lots of people have done that to me, okay? Lots. And I'm not talking about lot. I don't know about, I'm not sure. Okay. Let's not go there. Okay. Sorry, my mouth is like a waterfall. So, where was I? Ooh, this looks interesting. Okay. So, it says, if you walk in obedience to me and keep my requirements, then you will govern my house and have charge of my courts. and I will give you a place among these standing here. Listen, High Priest Joshua, you and your associates seated before you. See, this is important because, like, I've told you all about Babel and words and word magic. Well, that's the thing. Iesus was the Greek way of saying, well, it's connected with, apparently that was the Greek way of saying Joshua or Yeshua. So, this is the thing, right? So this all set up what happened later on in the New Testament. Yeah, I'm trying not to dribble while I'm speaking because my mouth is just, I'm salivating like crazy. I don't know why, it just happens sometimes. Okay, so, and I will give you a place among these standing here. Listen, High Priest Joshua, you and your associates seated before you, who are men symbolic of things to come. I am going to bring my servant, the branch. The branch. That's spelled with a capital B. The branch. I've never seen that before. See, the stone I have set in front of Joshua. There are 7 eyes on that one stone. And I will engrave an inscription on it. Excuse me. Says the Lord Almighty, and I will remove the sin of this land in a single day. How interesting. Very interesting that, because, well, that's the thing. I was Jesus, and when I came, I said I came to fulfill the law, and I came to fulfill the prophecies as well. So that's the thing. John, he said that I'm the Word, right? I am the Word. The logos, right? I mean, this is why brands and logos, that's witchcraft against me. All these companies that have brands and logos and trademarks and registered trademarks, copyright. Yeah, it's all witchcraft against me. It's all about trying to draw on my power. I mean, look at the biggest, Apple. It's the apple that's been bitten. You know what I mean? It's all about trying to draw power from me. It's, yeah. It's all over the place. Okay. So the 7 eyes in the book of Revelation, there's the lamb, the lamb that's, it's described as having 7 horns and 7 eyes. Okay, and the story about a name written on a stone. Well, so there's the 7 eyes, and it's on a stone, and it says, I will engrave an inscription on it, says the Lord Almighty, and I will remove the sin of this land in a single day. Well, what did Jesus do? Got crucified. Doing what exactly? Yeah, that. That's what I did. In that day, each of you will invite your neighbor to sit under your vine and fig tree, declares the Lord Almighty. Okay, and then chapter 4. Then the angel who talked with me returned and woke me up, like someone awakened from sleep. He asked me, what do you see? I answered, I see a solid gold lampstand with a bowl at the top and 7 lamps on it. So and okay, with 7 channels to the lamps. Also there are 2 olive trees by it, one on the right of the bowl and the other on its left. I asked the angel who talked with me, "What are these, my Lord?" He answered, "Do you not know what these are?" "No, my Lord," I replied. So he said to me, This is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty. What are you, mighty mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become level ground. Then he will bring out the capstone to shouts of God bless it, God bless it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this temple. His hands will also complete it. Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. Who dares despise the day of small things, since the 7 eyes of the Lord that range throughout the earth will rejoice when they see the chosen capstone in the hand of Zerubbabel? That was a question mark at the end, isn't it? Yeah, so that was a question mark. So that was a question. Since the 7 eyes of the Lord that range throughout the earth will rejoice when they see the chosen capstone in the hand of Zerubbabel. Then I asked the angel, "What are these 2 olive trees on the right hand? What are these 2 olive trees on the right and the left of the lampstand?" Again I asked him, "What are these 2 olive branches beside the 2 gold pipes that pour out golden oil?" He replied, "Do you not know what these are?" "No, my Lord," I said. So he said, "These are the 2 who are anointed to serve the Lord of all the earth." These are the 2 who are anointed to serve the Lord of all the earth. So that's interesting because they're speaking to Yeshua. Now, the fact is there's 2 Yeshuas, aren't there? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. I'm not quite sure, this is a very interesting puzzle. So it says here, chapter 5, I looked again, and there before me was a flying scroll. He asked me, "What do you see?" I answered, "I see a flying scroll, 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide." And he said to me, "This is the curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side, every thief will be banished, and according to what it says on the other, everyone who swears falsely will be banished. The Lord Almighty declares, I will send it out, and it will enter the house of the thief and the house of anyone who swears falsely by my name. It will remain in that house and destroy it completely, both its timbers and its stones." Whew. Flying scroll. Then the angel who was speaking to me came forward and said to me, "Look up and see what is appearing." I asked, "What is it?" He replied, "It is a basket." And he added, "This is the iniquity of the people throughout the land. Then the cover of lead was raised, and there in the basket sat a woman. He said, "This is wickedness," and he pushed her back into the basket and pushed its lead cover down on it. Then I looked up, and there before me were two women with the wind in their wings. They had wings like those of a stork, and they lifted up the basket between heaven and earth. "Where are they taking the basket?" I asked the angel who was speaking to me. He replied, "To the country of Babylonia, to build a house for it. When the house is ready, the basket will be set there in its place." That's interesting, isn't it? Because they're described like a stork, and storks tend, you know how you see the stork with the basket with the baby in it, and that's right after it's talking about, well, yeah, I made that comparison. There's two, Yeshuas, right? I said that, didn't I? Maybe it's got something to do with that. Anyways, chapter 6. I looked up again, and there before me were 4 chariots coming out from between 2 mountains of bronze. Excuse me. The first chariot had red horses, the second black, the third white, and the fourth dappled, all of them powerful. I asked the angel who was speaking to me, "What are these, my Lord?" The angel answered me, "These are the 4 spirits of heaven going out from standing in the presence of the Lord of the whole world. The one with the black horses is going toward the north country, the one with the white horses toward the west, and the one with the dappled horses toward the south." It's interesting. It doesn't mention what's happening with the other chariot. He only mentions 3 of them there, but it doesn't say anything about east. Anyways, so that was the black horses, the white horses, and the dappled horses. Okay, so when the powerful horses went out, they were straining to go throughout the earth. And he said, "Go throughout the earth." So they went throughout the earth. Then he called to me, "Look, those going toward the north country have given my spirit rest in the land of the north. A crown for Joshua." The word of the Lord came to me, "Take silver and gold from the exiles Heldai, Tobijah, and Jediah, who have arrived from Babylon. Go the same day to the house of Josiah, son of Zephaniah. Take the silver and gold and make a crown and set it on the head of the high priest Joshua, son of Jozadak. Tell him, oh, Joshua, son of Jozadak. Oh, wait, hang on. Well, that must be a different Joshua then. That must be a different Joshua, because the Joshua that takes over from Moses is Joshua, son of Nun. So this must be a different Joshua then. Okay. Tell him this is what the Lord Almighty says. Here is the man whose name is the branch, and he will branch out from his place and build the temple of the Lord. It is he who will build the temple of the Lord, and he will be clothed with majesty and will sit and rule on his throne. And he will be a priest on his throne, and there will be harmony between the two. The crown will be given to Heldai, Tobijah, Jediah, and Hen, son of Zephaniah, as a memorial in the temple of the Lord. Those who are far away will come and help to build the temple of the Lord, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. This will happen if you diligently obey the Lord your God. Okay. Okay, well, I stopped at the end of chapter 6. I'm not sure if I'm going to do chapter 7. Chapter 8. I tell you what, I'll read the last chapter. So the last chapter is being titled "The Lord Comes and Reigns." So chapter 14, book of Zechariah. A day of the Lord is coming, Jerusalem, when your possessions will be plundered and divided up within your very walls. I will gather all the nations to Jerusalem to fight against it. The city will be captured, the houses ransacked, and the woman raped. Half of the city will go into exile, but the rest of the people will not be taken from the city. Then the Lord will go out and fight against those nations as he fights on a day of battle. On that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, east of Jerusalem, and the Mount of Olives will be split. So that's interesting because it mentions east of Jerusalem, doesn't it? And when I talked about there was the 4 chariots, the direction for east wasn't mentioned. So what it was the black horse, the white horse, and the dappled horse. So the other one was the red horse, I think. It didn't mention the red horse chariot. But anyways, well, the color of blood is red. And in the book of Revelation, the red horseman, he gets the very large, mighty sword. So yeah, interesting that. Oh, I've got pins and needles on my right leg. Oh, ow. Sorry about that. Ooh. Yeah. On that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives east of Jerusalem, and the Mount of Olives will be split in two from east to west, forming a great valley, with half of the mountain moving north and half moving south. You will flee by my mountain valley, for it will extend to Azel. So this is really interesting, okay, for me. Azel. Yeah, Mount of Olives, split in two. Okay, all right. Well, you will you will flee as you fled from the earthquake in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Then the Lord my God will come, and all the holy ones with him. On that day there will be neither sunlight nor cold, frosty darkness. It will be a unique day, a day known only to the Lord, with no distinction between day and night. When evening comes, there will be light. day known only to the Lord. Anyway, on that day, living water will flow out from Jerusalem, half of it east to the Dead Sea, and half of it west to the Mediterranean Sea, in summer and in winter. The Lord will be king over the whole earth. On that day there will be one Lord, and his name the only name. That's the interesting thing about the name Jesus. Jesus. People say G's. What is G's? The word, you say G-E-E-Z, right? You say G's. G's, us. It's like, it's a name that, is it really a name? Do you know what I mean? It's like just saying, yeah, me. Me. You know what I mean? It's the magic. Okay. If I was called Us, yeah, is that really a name? Do you know what I mean? Jeez, Us. So the whole land from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, will become like the Arabah. But Jerusalem will be raised up high from the Benjamin gate to the site of the first gate, to the corner gate, and from the tower of Hananel to the royal winepress, and will remain in its place. It will be inhabited, never again will it be destroyed. Jerusalem will be secure. This is the plague with which the Lord will strike all the nations that fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh will rot while they are still standing on their feet. Their eyes will rot in their sockets, and their tongues will rot in their mouths. On that day people will be stricken by the Lord with great panic. They will seize each other by the hand and attack one another. Judah too will fight at Jerusalem. Judah too will fight at Jerusalem. The wealth of all the surrounding nations will be collected. Great quantities of gold and silver and clothing. A similar plague will strike the horses and mules, the camels and donkeys, and all the animals in those camps. Then the survivors from all the nations that have attacked Jerusalem will go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord Almighty, and to celebrate the festival of tabernacles. If any of the people of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord Almighty, they will have no rain. If the Egyptian people do not go up and take part, they will have no rain. The Lord will bring on them the plague he inflicts on the nations that do not go up to celebrate the festival of tabernacles. This will be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to celebrate the festival of tabernacles. On that day, holy to the Lord will be inscribed on the bells of the horses, and the cooking pots in the Lord's house will be like the sacred bowls in front of the altar. Every pot in Jerusalem and Judah will be holy to the Lord Almighty. This thing here says sacred bowls. Well, bowls, that's the thing. Bowels, the bowels, the colon, for instance, the bowels, the intestines. The word bowl is in bowel. And pot, all the pots will be dashed to pieces. Holy, a pot is a whole, honey pot. It's all code word. There's a lot of code word, okay? I'm just pointing this out so you can investigate, learn, okay? So you can learn. Every pot in Jerusalem and Judah will be holy to the Lord Almighty, and all who come to sacrifice will take some of the pots and cook in them. And on that day there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord Almighty. Okay. Well, it's an interesting book. Yeah, I'll have to go back to that and check that out later. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because Jesus, when I went, I was Jesus, and I fulfilled, I can't remember the words I used, but it was, I came to, because that's the thing, the words of the prophets, I mean, they said all these different things, and their words manifest, okay? All their words, that's the thing, words manifest things, okay? They said things, they wrote things down. And when I came as Jesus, I was where those manifest, I was I was acting as the manifestation of those words, right? All those manifestations, they all pointed to me, or they ended with me. I can't remember the words exactly that I used. I can have a look. Might take me a while. Let me have a look. Where is it? Oh, here's another thing I wanted to mention. Scripture. Okay, the word scripture. Well, this is the thing. What is scripture? Well, scripture is, Old Testament, New Testament. But, in a movie, or a fictional TV program, they have a script. A script, it's made up, right? If something's scripted, it's made up. It's considered to be made up, right? It's, it's fictional, basically, right? I mean, that's the idea, right? And, what's interesting is, there's the book of Acts. Actors, what an actor is? Yeah, they act, they have scripts. Excuse me. And the book of Acts, they say that the author was probably Luke. What is it that people do? They sit, they watch TV, they watch movies, they look at the acts, the actors, people who have memorized their lines from scripts. Isn't it really bizarre that? Isn't that strange? Anyway, I just thought I'd point that out quickly while I remember. Anyways, what's the... So if I look in the... Is it in the book of Matthew? I don't know. Let me have a look. Oh, I think it's near the beginning somewhere. So, what we got here then? Okay. Baptism of Jesus. I mean, it says here, Jesus begins to preach. So, chapter 4, verse 12. When Jesus heard that John had been put in prison, he withdrew to Galilee, leaving Nazareth. He went and lived in Capernaum, which was by the lake in the area of Zebulun and Naphtali, to fulfill what was said through the prophet Isaiah. So this is the thing, right? I was fulfilling. So, think of it as a type of manifestation. I was fulfilling, I think, a prophecy, that's the thing, right? I'm God, okay? I can manifest with words, okay? So is that a prophecy, or is it actually my words creating something, making something happen? You know, which way around? How do you look at it? All right. So obviously there are all those books of those prophets in the Old Testament. So it says here to fulfill what was said through the prophet Isaiah. But that's the thing. I'm the Word as well. So it's very complicated, but I'm trying to explain to you how the magic works. Okay. The words, the code, the Bible. And you know, I've read to you, you know, about the high, you know, he was called Joshua the high priest, right, in the book of Zechariah. Okay, I mean, Jesus is also called Joshua as well. Okay, and obviously there was Joshua, son of Nun. Yeah. Oh. So, where was the, I think it's here somewhere. Is it here? I don't know. It could be in a different book, actually. Maybe it's in Luke. The fulfillment of the law. Ooh. Yeah, so chapter 5, verse 17, it says here, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law, until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly, we will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever... That's interesting, actually, isn't it? Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Which is interesting, because I think I called John the Baptist the least in the kingdom of heaven, actually, if I remember correctly. What's the connection with that then? But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. So, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. So this is the thing, right? I was described as being the Word. And, you know, the Old Testament, it has lots of different places where it mentions me, Jesus. It mentioned me, okay? But that's the thing. Those words that were written down, those words manifest, okay? That's one way of me explaining, you know, it's like, the words, it's my power, okay? Because there's when people, for instance, let me make an example, because I'm magically connected with all art. So music, movies, computer games, literature, it all affects me. It because it's like a magic battle, okay? There's like a magic connection between me and what's written down and what's that's why I told people not to don't make graven images, don't make images of what's in the heavens above or what's under the sea or what's under the ground or stuff like that, yeah, because it's attacking, if I'm magically connected with all art. I'm God, yeah, that's the thing. I said if no one will bear witness to me, the rocks themselves will bear witness to me. The stones and the rocks, the earth, even though the world hates me, because the world's, all it wants to do is it wants to try to steal my power. And because it's trying to steal my power, it has to reflect me. It has to, because that's the thing, because like, you think of all the superhero movies, okay? Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I'm the one who with all the power, right? I'm the superhero. Yeah. But the idea, that's why there's so many superhero movies. There's the hero. There's the, they call it the, the story arc, the story arch. Yeah. There's a magic word for you. But that's the thing, I'm magically connected with all these things. Because I am the light of the world, people, the world hates me, but it worships me indirectly. The world is obsessed with my story and my power, even though it doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I mean, that's the thing, because they'll go watch superhero movies and worship that, but really, I'm the superhero. I'm God. I'm the source of all power. I'm the one who can. Do you know what I mean? When you see the Hulk and he goes on some rampage and he destroys the city, well, God can do that as well. Done it plenty of times. I don't even have to get out of my seat. So, think about that one. So I mean, that's the thing, right? Because, I said, the words of the prophets won't pass away. Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because obviously the Bible is printed with all kinds of books in there, right? I mean, when I said eye for an eye and stuff like that, I mean, that's the thing. I'm God. When I said I am the Son of God, I'm the Son of Man, I am the light of the world. Well, what do you think that points to? In the book of Revelation, it talks about, it talks, well, I think it's the book of Revelation, isn't it? Well, it's in the New Testament somewhere. It says you'll see that the Son of Man, you'll see him coming in the clouds. Yeah? Well, that's the thing. The sun, you see it in the sky every freaking day. Yeah? Most of the time there are clouds in the sky. You'll see the sun come out with the clouds. I mean, every single day. You know, I'm God. I have foresight. Yeah, I'm prepared for all these things. You know, the story goes the way it's supposed to go. You know, and the fact is, yeah, I suffer. Yeah, it's hard for me, but that's all part of the story. And it's all about my glory at the end of the day. I mean, I've loved the world, I've loved people so much, and they've treated me like absolute trash. Again, and again, and again, and again. And you know, I mean, obviously there was the Old Testament, and then there was the New Testament. You know, I came as Jesus, you know. I came to be among the people, to teach love and forgiveness, and how to be pure, and how, you know, setting a good example for people. Now I'm here again, and now I'm, well, you know, I've had a crazy life, you know. Daughter, I've been the son of, I was born from a woman called Fiona, who's, well, lesbian, bisexual, very evil woman, by the way. I had a dad who abandoned me, another evil guy, and another evil person. You know, I've had a life of drinking and smoking. I did a lot of drugs when I was younger. You know, I've done a lot of clubbing and going to heavy metal concerts. You know, I've done all sorts of crazy stuff. I mean, you know, that's the thing. It's almost like I've evolved or something, isn't it? It's a bit, how do I explain it? I mean, well, this is the thing. I'm here for my justice this time. I'm here for my justice, and things are looking different this time. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I was shocked to find out that I'm God. I was shocked to find out that I was Jesus. But it is the truth. It really is who I am. I keep trying to tell people. People don't believe me. They think I'm a clown. They think I'm a joke. And you know, that's what they're gonna think until the truth hits them in the face like a sledgehammer. Okay? And that'll be that. And that'll be my day of glory. And all the times that I've been in pain and agony and misery and loneliness and pain and just horrible suffering, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. And it'll all be done. It'll all be finished. And yeah, that'll be it. And I've recorded all the videos, you know, I've said what I've had to say, and I've pleaded with people, I've asked people to listen. You know, people will be suffering and misery, and they'll be punished, and they'll be forced to look at everything I tried to say to people, but, you know, people were too busy trying to block me, you know, they were just laughing at me and not actually telling anybody that I'm here or that I'm trying to get my voice heard. They don't care. They just thought, well, just block him. You know, he's just a stupid clown on the internet. Why tell anybody? But yeah. So yeah. So you know, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm tired though, I'll be honest. It's an exhausting thing, this. So there's the transfiguration scene, isn't there? So Matthew chapter 17, it talks about the transfiguration. Now what's interesting is it's the apostles, right? They followed Jesus, they followed me, And then, let me read this, okay? So chapter 17. After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, the brother of James, and led them up a high mountain by themselves. There he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Just then there appeared before them Moses and Elijah, talking with Jesus. Peter said to Jesus, "Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, I will put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." While he was still speaking, a bright cloud covered them, and a voice from the cloud said, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. I am well pleased. Listen to him." When the disciples heard this, they fell face down to the ground, terrified. But Jesus came and touched them. "Get up," he said. "Don't be afraid." When they looked up, they saw no one except Jesus. So they saw no one except Jesus. So, this is the interesting thing. Where did the visions come from? When it says that, people are seeing, a cloud, and they hear a voice coming out of it saying, "This is my Son, whom I am well pleased with." Well, it's the interesting thing, isn't it? So where are the voices coming from? Who's giving them the visions? It's a very good question, and I've wondered a lot about it myself. But I know demons can do stuff as well, because I've seen demons do it myself with my eyeballs. Okay, I've seen it in this lifetime. So I know, and that's the thing, right? Because I was Jesus, and I said, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but we're concerned of evil in high places, basically. Yeah? And this is the thing. Demons are trying to set themselves up in high places. Okay? So, and that's the thing, I didn't come to accuse, right? I didn't come to be an accuser. I came to be a lover and forgiver. Okay? But I did actually accuse. Well, that's the thing. I did say a lot of things about the Pharisees. I did accuse the Pharisees, which is interesting because, the synagogue of Satan, and they sit on the seat of Moses, the chair of Moses, right? Satan is the accuser. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The devil and the Satan, yet they're called the accuser, aren't they? Anyways, I'm just trying to give you lots of things to think about, okay? Yeah, this thing about the little children and Jesus says here, Then people brought little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them and pray for them. But the disciples rebuked them. Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these." When he had placed his hands on them, he went on from there. This is the thing, right? Because I'm Father. I'm God. And so, if I've ever been in a sexual relationship with a woman, then, well, that's the thing. I'm the Father. I created everybody. Okay? And obviously, demons will accuse me of all kinds of stuff, right? But you think about how many pedophiles there are in this world, and the Freemasons, they're involved with sex trafficking and pedophile rings. Why is it they do those things? It's for magic power. They want my power. That's the thing. I'll let you think about that. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because, there's the parable about the virgins, aren't there? Right? Now, what's the average age for a girl to lose her virginity? And what's the legal age for a woman to lose her virginity? In my country, it's 16. Yeah? So, how's that all supposed to go, do you think? Yeah. Have a think about it. And that's the other thing I wanted to say about the transfiguration. So, Moses and Elijah were, so the apostles, the three apostles, they saw, or the three disciples that were there, right? They saw Elijah and Moses with me, Jesus. That's what they did. That's the vision that they had. Okay, wherever that came from. So that's what they saw. Moses is evil. Okay. I mean, that's the thing, right? When someone they want to sneak into the picture frame, you want to get your picture taken with the important person. Yeah. I get that. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? The word trans, well, in this day and age, the word trans, if you hear the word trans, what do you think? Yeah? And the word trans, so you think transsexual, transvestite, that's associated with the rainbow. And, Baphomet, is pictured as having, depicted as having, is transsexual. That's, pictured as the devil. And also, obviously, Israel. Israel. Well, you know what a railway is, right? And you know what trains are, right? The word trans is in trains. All magic. It's all magic words. I mean, you think about all the people that go to the gym to train. Train. Yeah. Why are they so obsessed, do you think? Donkey. Anyways, there's a lot I could talk about. Oh, the parable of the wedding banquet. Yeah, this explains my situation very well. Chapter 22. Well, there's a very interesting number, because I told you, if you've listened to my old videos, I told you that Mary, so she was the Virgin Mary. She was a famous singer and actress in this, so Aaliyah Dana Houghton, she died on the 25th of August 2001, okay, in a plane crash. Obviously this was, it was like 2 weeks, it was about 2 weeks before what happened in New York, 9/11. The plane crashes, yeah. So, and she was, Aaliyah Dana Houghton was 22 years old when she died. So here we go. Matthew chapter 22. So this is the parable of the wedding banquet. So it says here, Jesus spoke to them again in parables, saying, "The kingdom of heaven is like a king who prepared a wedding banquet for his son. He sent his servants to those who had been invited to the banquet to tell them to come. But they refused to come." Yeah, because that's the thing. Nobody acknowledges me as God. People, that's the thing. People can go to church, they can pray to God, pray to Jesus, and they can think Jesus and God someone else. But I'm sitting right here. I'm right here. I'm literally here, pleading with a world to listen to me, but doesn't want to listen. They refuse to come. To those who had been invited to the banquet to tell them to come, but they refused to come. Then he sent some more servants and said, "Tell those who have been invited that I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and fattened cattle have been butchered and everything is ready. Come to the wedding banquet." But they paid no attention and went off, one to his field, another to his business. The rest seized his servants, mistreated them, and killed them. The king was enraged. He sent his army and destroyed those murderers and burned their city. Then he said to his servants, "The wedding banquet is ready, but those I invited did not deserve to come. So go to the street corners and invite to the banquet anyone you find." So the servants went out into the streets and gathered all the people they could find, the bad as well as the good, and the wedding hall was filled with guests. But when the king came in to see the guests, he noticed a man there who was not wearing wedding clothes. He asked, "How did you get in here without wedding clothes, friend?" The man was speechless. Then the king told the attendants, "Tie him hand and foot and throw him outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are invited, but few are chosen." So this is the thing, right? I came to this world again, and I've lived a very strange life, a life that people who call themselves Christians, they would be shocked to hear my story. They would be absolutely shocked. So who's coming to my wedding then? Who's coming to the wedding? Anybody? This is the thing, right? People have no excuse. They can't, and people, I'm God. I'm not going to be disrespected by people. I'm not going to allow people to get away with that. If people are acting disrespect, it's an insult to me, it's mocking me. Do not mock me. I've been mocked for a very long time. I've been mocked more than anybody that ever existed, I would say. So, maybe I can... Oh. That's the other thing. I was called the Son of David. The Son of David. He said to them, well, I said to them, right? I said, how is it then that David, speaking by the Spirit, calls him Lord? Yeah, okay, I'll start. So, whose son is the Messiah? Okay, so Matthew chapter 22, verse 41. While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, what do you think about the Messiah? Whose son is he? The son of David, they replied. He said to them, how is it then that David, speaking by the Spirit, calls him Lord? For he says, wait, hang on. Calls him Lord, for he says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If then David calls him Lord, how can he be his son? No one could say a word in reply, and from that day on, no one dared to ask him any more questions. Yeah, hang on a second. Let me have a look at that. Well, that's an interesting. So before that, verse 37. Oh, I could have just. Oh, blooming out. Okay. So that's interesting. So you asked the Pharisees, what do you think about the Messiah? Whose son is he? So that's the thing. Like, what exactly? Because, I mean, those who call themselves Jews but are not Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan, you know, they're always talking about Moshiach. Moshiach. So, the son of David. Wow, King Solomon. Demon. Yeah, he used to do a lot of witchcraft, didn't he? He did. King David's another evil one. I know, I personally know him. He's in my biological family. He's my cousin. Not that he actually believes in God, of course. He believes in himself. Yeah. It's interesting though, isn't it, how many of these people, they worship, Moses and Abraham and King David. They think they're so spectacular. And Paul as well. But it turns out they're actually my enemies. It just so happens that, well, I mean, that's the thing. I can use my enemies for my own purpose because they are so drawn to my power that they will jump through hoops to get to it. That's the thing, right? They want to slither their way in. Pose as an angel of light. Yeah. Oh. Seven woes on the teachers of the law and the Pharisees. Yeah. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Well, it's a good thing, I was Jesus. I said that if I bear witness to myself, no one will believe me. If others bear witness to me, they will believe me. Well, more likely to believe me. Yeah. First you must deny yourself. Well, I did. I'm God. I showed people what to do as a son of God. If you want to be a son of God, I showed you the example, exactly how to do it. Yeah? Just so there's no confusion. Yeah? I mean, it has to, it's like a trail of, it's like a trail of breadcrumbs. Yeah, it's interesting, didn't I? I called myself the bread of life, didn't I? The bread of life. Yeah. Breadcrumbs. Oh, go on, I'll read this then. Oh, this is, yeah, maybe I've got that here actually. So, a warning against hypocrisy. So, chapter 23, book of Matthew, okay? Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. I mean, the thing about that is they sit in the chair of Moses. And the thing is, in the book of Exodus, I'm God. I gave Moses a certain amount of authority to act, and I gave him. I said that he would act as God to Aaron. Okay, and Aaron would act as his prophet in front of Pharaoh. Okay, in front of the Egyptians. So that's quite a lot of authority. Okay, and obviously, the Pharisees, what do? They would sit in the chair of Moses and invent their own laws. So that's why I said you have to be careful that, you have to be careful So you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, because they're hypocrites. Okay? So it says here, everything they do is done for people to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces and to be called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi. Isn't it interesting? Hang on a second. So, I was crucified. Okay, you know, Easter. You know the Easter rabbit, the rabbi. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how the word rabbit or rabbi has snuck into that? So, I died for the sins of the world, and people want to replace me with a rabbit. You understand? The Easter rabbit. Yeah. The pagan Eastern synagogue of Satan, whatever. Right? It's interesting. I was actually born in the year of the rabbit. Actually, at the Chinese zodiac thing, whatever it is. I was born in the year of the rabbit. Strangely. Follow the white rabbi. Yeah. Wasn't that what Neo was told today? That's not in the Bible, by the way. Just mentioning it. It says here, but you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth Father, for you have one Father, and he is in heaven. Nor are you to be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Messiah. The greatest among you will be your servant. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Okay. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You shut the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You travel over land and sea to win a single convert. And when you have succeeded, you make them twice as much a child of hell as you are. So, the synagogue of Satan, Satan, the idea of Satan is that he doesn't want you to go to heaven. He wants to get in, it's all about, do you know what I mean? It's all about infiltrating. I mean, you think how many churches, they're full of evil pastors and priests and bishops and reverends and whatever, right? I was watching on the news earlier on, Sky News. There was a black woman. So she's a black, bold woman, and she was supposed to be she's a female bishop for the Church of England now, I think. And she's talking about the patriarchy and stuff like that, and she wants more women, people like her, to be, she's against the patriarchy. You know what I mean? I mean, who is she? I mean, and there was that woman who was talking to Donald Trump. Oh, hang on. Oh, I rolled this paper. I rolled this cigarette wrong. Shit. Paper's inside out. Anyways, I can't be just trying not to set anything on fire. Anyways, yeah. So, woe to you, blind guides. You say, if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing, but anyone who swears by the gold of the temple is bound by that oath. Isn't it? So, but anyone who swears by the gold of the temple is bound by that oath. I mean, there's so much. I mean, that's the thing, right? People, what does swear mean? You know, because people use swear words as well, like, you know, fuck or shit. Isn't it strange how the word God is in the word gold? I mean, that's the thing, you know. My initials are GS. You know, gold and silver. GS. I mean, certain spellings of my surname are very similar to silver. My surname is Salvin, but they're, you know, the old spellings of Salvin can be, you know, well, there's Sullivan and Silowin. I've seen, yeah, it's some different spellings. There's lots of different spellings. Anyways, let me carry on here. You blind fools, which is greater, the gold or the temple that makes the gold sacred? You also say, if anyone swears by the altar, it means nothing, but anyone who swears by the gift on the altar is bound by that oath. You blind men, which is greater, the gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? Therefore, anyone who swears by the altar swears by it and by everything on it. And anyone who swears by the temple swears by it and by the one who dwells in it. And anyone who swears by heaven swears by God's throne and by the one who sits on it. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You give 1/10 of your spices, mint, dill, and cumin, but you have neglected the more important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former. You blind guides, you strain out a gnat but swallow a camel. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside will also be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside you appear to people as righteous, but on the inside you are full of hypocrisy and wickedness. Um, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, it says only the Father knows when the second coming is. Well, that's the thing. I was Jesus, but I am the Father. I'm God. Well, I've been here for 37 years. You know, I tell people I don't care. Then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then all the people of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. So isn't that interesting? Because every single day the sun comes out. You see the sun in the sky, the S-U-N, sun, right? You see it every single day, basically, right? But, you know, cloud computing. You know, how long's cloud computing been around for? You know, when did the term cloud computing become a thing? Well, it's only really a recent thing. You know, it's only been around for, I don't know, probably like a decade now. You know, that term, cloud computing. And that's the thing, I worked as an IT network engineer. You know, I used to work with a guy, his joke was, he said to me, you know, it's not a cloud, it's just someone else's computer. And that's the thing. You know, that's the thing. You know, why would man call cloud computing? Well, it's because man is always trying to elevate himself into the heavens where he doesn't belong. I mean, that's the other thing, right? You know, I said, you know, that, you know, my father's throne is in heaven, and you know, when I was Jesus, that's mine, that's my throne. I'm God, I'm the Father. But you know, that's the thing. People get on I've been on airplanes as well, right? They're a shared airplane, so I've been up in the sky, up above the clouds, and I've had a seat up there. And I've had many seats up there, and other people have sat in it as well, right? You understand? You know, it says, I will invite you to come and sit on my Father's throne. It says that, doesn't it? You know, those who overcome, right, and are faithful, you know, they will be invited to come and sit on my throne and my Father, you know, in heaven. Yeah? So that's another thing as well. You know, that's witchcraft that's been done against me. So every time I've gone up in the sky in an airplane and I've sat in a chair and it's been swapped, you know, and other people have sat in it as well. So, you know, that's a lot of crazy magic that's been done against me. And obviously lots of other people have had seats up in the sky as well in their airplanes. You know, why do you think they call this, you know, they say the spiritual plane? You know, it wasn't that long ago I saw an article, a video actually, I saw a video of an airplane that caught on fire. It's called Spirit Airlines. An airplane called Spirit Airlines. Well, why would you call a plane Spirit Airlines? That's because secret societies do witchcraft. And they tend to have a lot of money. And, you know, you have a lot of Freemasons, secret society members operating in the business world. Yeah, they tend to have the money. That's the thing. It's the same with politics. If you're not part of the secret society, well, sooner or later everyone figures out you're not part of the club, right? So you don't tend to last very long. If Satan doesn't like you, then he's not going to help you out, is he? So, where do I want to go with this? I mean, there's a lot of things I said here. The destruction of the temple and the signs of the end times, chapter 24. Jesus left the temple and was walking away with when his disciples came up to him and to call his attention to its buildings. "Do you see all these things?" he asked. "Truly I tell you, not one stone here will be left on another. Every one will be thrown down." As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. "Tell us," they said, "when will this happen, and what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?" Jesus answered, "Watch out that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, claiming I am the Messiah, and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains." Excuse me. "Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you will be hated by all nations because of me." Oh, brain's a bit heavy. At that time, many will turn away from the faith and will betray and hate each other. And many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. But the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. So when you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation, spoken of through the prophet Daniel, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the housetop go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get their cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. At that time, if anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Messiah," or "There he is," do not believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you ahead of time. So if anyone tells you, there he is out in the wilderness, do not go out, or here he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Isn't that interesting? Because, wait, hang on. Yeah, because the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. How strange, huh? Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather. Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. The stars will fall from the sky. You know what a shooting star is, right? It's not interesting. Alec Baldwin, he shot that woman, didn't he? Shooting star. Okay, so let me carry on here. Then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then all the people of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. Well, this is the thing, Donald Trump, you notice how the word Trump is in the word trumpet. Yeah, there's a sign for you. Words are important. Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. Truly I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. But about that day or hour, no one knows. Isn't that interesting? No one knows. Yeah, no. N-O, no. Well, this is the thing, it's Babel, right? It's code word. But about that day or hour, no one knows. Not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah. Well, this is the thing. My mum was fat, okay? She's dead now, okay? But she was a fat her, okay? So when I was born, well, that's the thing. She knew when I was going to be born, right? It's strange. Well, she told me the story. I was almost born. I was born on the 14th of November. It was a Saturday. The day before was Friday the 13th. And she didn't want me to be born on Friday the 13th. Which is very interesting. Because that's the thing, right? Because the film, Friday the 13th, is about Jason, isn't it? It's the guy who comes out of the lake and he wears the mask and he's got I think it's a machete, isn't it? But he's called Jason. And, if you look at the months of the calendar, okay, so you have July, August, September, October, November. The first letter of those months, you put them all together, it spells Jason. J-Son. How interesting, huh? The Bourne Identity, Jason Bourne, Matt Damon. Yeah, well, it's, the world wants to steal my power. It wants to pretend it's me when it's not me. Okay, that's what it does. It was actually a great storm. There was the Great Storm of 1987. It was the month. It was exactly 1 month before I was born, in England, and there was a weatherman who was quite famous because of that storm, because he predicted it so badly. He didn't warn that it was going to be a problem, and he should have, basically. He was called Michael Fish, which is an interesting name, because hopefully Archangel Michael, right? It said, I will descend with the voice of an archangel. Yeah. And obviously Yahweh is known as the storm god. Yeah, storm god. Anyways. And that song by, what's that song? Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. That was, I think it was number 1 that year. It was number 1. Yeah. Anyways. So, what does it say here? Yeah. Oh, but only my Father knows. Okay. So, I am Father. I'm good. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 men will be in the field, one will be taken and the other left. 2 women will be grinding with a handmill, one will be taken and the other left. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know on what day your Lord will come. But understand this, if the owner of the house had known at that time of night the thief was coming, he would have kept watch and would not have let his house be broken into. So you also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom the master has put in charge of the servants in his household to give them their food at the proper time? It will be good for that servant whose master finds him doing so when he returns. Truly I tell you, he will put him in charge of all his possessions. But suppose that servant is wicked and says to himself, my master is staying away a long time, and he then begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards. The master of that servant will come on a day when he does not expect him, and at an hour he is not aware of. He will cut him to pieces and assign him a place with the hypocrites, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Ooh, the parable of the 10 virgins. Okay, chapter 25. At that time the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 were wise. The foolish ones took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight the cry rang out, "Here's the bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. So, what this is talking about? Well, this is the thing. It's basically, it's kind of talking about anal sex. Because in magic, like I've explained, the butthole is considered an eye. Because that's the thing, right? You know, if you say an eye, you wouldn't say a eye, you say an eye. And an is a way of saying an us or ain't us. It's a magic thing. It is what it is. Okay, sounds bonkers. But, you know, it's talking about their lamps. Their, you know, because I said the eye is the lamp of the body. Yeah, I said that. I'm Jesus. That's what Jesus said. You know, it says trim the lamps and, you know, bring the oil. Yeah. Yeah, well, it is what it is. You know, my glory is my glory. Okay. People won't like it. Okay, but it is what it is. But it is what it is. Okay, you heard it. So, then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, there may not be enough for both of us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." But while they were on their way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door was shut. Later the others also came. "Lord, Lord," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." So, yeah, there's a lot I could read. What's this? Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, ooh, ow. The sheep and the goats. So the separating of the sheep and the goats. You know, it talks about, you know, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison or go to visit you?" The king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." So that's the thing, right? Let me explain this a bit. So there are those who will inherit, okay? There are those who will be rewarded. You know, I've lived a lonely life, right? I don't have any, you know, I make videos and talk because, well, there's no one, I don't have anyone to talk to. But the fact is that there are those who are good and there are those who are bad. And, you know, it talks about the lake of fire, the eternal fire for the devil and his angels. Well, I told you about the parable of the 10 virgins and stuff. I mean, the fact is that, you know, there are going to be those that I love and there are going to be those that I hate, okay? And I'm going to deal with both at the same time, okay? So, you know, there's different ways to interpret what this is saying, because, okay, it has multiple meanings at the same time. Is what I'm trying to point out here. So, and you know, and it says, you know, those who are prepared. It says, so Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me." They also will answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger, or needing clothes, or sick or in prison, and did not help you?" So this is the thing, I'm on the internet, right? I'm in the cloud, right? And I'm telling everyone, I'm trying to tell people who I am. But if nobody will give me a way to, that's the thing. I mean, the entire world's spying on me anyway. Even, people aren't conscious that they are, but they are, because I'm God. That's how it goes. That's just really how it is. Demons spy on me, and the world is conspiring with demons. I mean, and my spirit is my spirit. The spirit. That's the thing. I'm connected with everybody because I'm God. I'm connected to everyone in some sense or another. So I'm just trying to get people to look at me with their eyeballs. I'm trying to get people to listen to me with their ears. But and people were going to say, yeah, but but at the same time, people have done what they've done, and they'll be judged accordingly, obviously. It says here, he will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me." Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. So, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because Judas, he hung himself. Now, the interesting thing is, in magic, well, the idea of the hanged man, obviously, I'm Jesus, I was hung on the cross. It's very interesting, isn't it, that Judas, not only did he betray me, but then afterwards, when he felt guilt, he did, it seemed he felt guilty, but he hung himself. Of all the ways he could have killed himself, he decided to hang himself. And that's the thing, people, the hanged man is associated with anal sex because of the noose, the noose aspect of it. It's a magic thing. I mean, it talks about in the book of Revelation, it says the moon and the sun and the stars, it says a third of the moon, the sun and the stars will be struck. The third will be struck, and it will be darkened. It's talking about anal sex. And we don't think it's strange, so I was crucified by the Romans. I mean, what's romance? Romance? Romans? Obviously, I hate the Catholic Church, by the way. They're Mary worshippers. They're of the world, okay? But I was talking about Pilate. You know what a pilot is, right? People like to do yoga and Pilates, and like to get up in their airplane. The pilot, he sits in his cockpit, all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, I mean, it was originally King David. I think it was one of his psalms that he wrote, where he said, you know, Father, why have you forsaken me? I'm pretty sure that's the case. But, you know, I'm Jesus. When I was on the cross, I said that, right? I said, Father, why have you forsaken me? Well, that's the thing. I am Father. I'm God. You know, I said, Father, why have you forsaken me? You understand? It's me. That's the thing, you know, that's the thing. I'm God. I accomplish so many different things all at the same time. To be quite honest, I don't know how I do it. I just do it. Bizarre, huh? It just happens. I mean, yeah. It's strange being me. It really is. It's complicated. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, the world, I can watch the news, I can watch videos, I can watch all kinds of stuff, right? And the world reacts to me, okay? It's always reacting to me all the time, even now as I speak, even though I'm not looking at it, but the world is constantly, because the demons, it's all about demons and the magic. You know, there's a world full of people and demons who are trying to steal my throne, and they never stop. They're constantly battling with me. So, you know, and that affects what people say, it affects what people do. And that's the thing, you know, the world, I mean, why do you think there's so much, I mean, I'm a white guy, you know, I'm androgynous looking, I smoke, you know, there's lots of things, you know, but that's the thing. There's a lot of hatred for me in this world. There's a lot of hatred, and you know, and that can be from people on the left side of politics and on the right side of politics as well. It's both. The fact is, yeah, there are so many people out there, they reject me, they hate me, they absolutely hate me. They're just constantly bad-mouthing me, they're constantly saying bad stuff about me. And you know what it said about, you know, if you blaspheme the Father or the Son, that will be forgiven, but if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, that will never be forgiven, because they are guilty of, you know, because that's an eternal sin. And you know, I see a world, for me it's like watching a circus of clowns that want me dead, that want to destroy me, they want to steal from me, they want to mock me, they want to insult me, They want to make my life as difficult as possible. All the time. I'm just looking at a world that just constantly wants to do that to me. So, is there anything else I want to mention here? Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Oh, get this through a leg. So maybe there's something else I can mention. Yeah, I remember what I was going to say earlier. I was going to talk about human rights. You know, what's a human right? You know, a man thinks he has a right to have something. You know, like, you know what? But that, you know, like that word, right? You know, like I'm God. I told people to sit at my right hand. You know, all these humans want to go around saying human rights for this, human rights for that, blah 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 blah. Could have called it something else, of course, but no, had to use that word, rights. Yeah, why? Well, it's because humans want to steal power from God. You know, all these people want to talk about the law. They want to talk about, you know, what's legal and what's not legal. I mean, did you see the story about Prince Harry? You know, he settled a lawsuit with the that news media group, you know, run by Rupert Murdoch, and it specifically cited the Sun newspaper. So Prince Harry settles lawsuit with the Sun newspaper. Well, how interesting. Oh yeah. What interesting timing. As always. The guy's a piece of dog shit. Yeah. Hope his house catches on fire. I mean, it's an interesting thing because I went to a school called Charterhouse, and Prince Harry, he's been to that school as well. I mean, he went to Eton, but Eton and Charterhouse, very similar schools, and we used to play sports with one another. I don't think I ever saw Prince Harry in person, but I knew he was at the school when I was there. In fact, there was one day he was actually at a cricket match, and where my house was, I was in a house called Pageites, and I was playing some very satanic. What was I playing? I think I was playing something. I don't know what it was actually. I used to listen to like a band called Raging Speedhorn, and there was another band. A guy I used to be friends with, he gave me a CD, and we just did it for a laugh, and we opened my window and just played it really loud. The next thing I knew, there was the teacher coming in to tell me off, and I had to hide in the toilet cubicle. He didn't find us, luckily, but I got in a bit of trouble for that. Yeah, but that's the thing, you know, Prince Harry, yeah, he was at a school, you know, when I was out, you know, we've been near each other on occasion. And obviously we would have known a few people in common because I used to smoke with a guy at school, at Charterhouse, called Joe Padfield. And his brother went to Eton and was in the same year as, I think he was in the same year as Prince Harry. So, I mean, I used to know a guy called Ian Meadis. His brother, I think it was his brother, it might have been his brother, or maybe it was him actually. He used to go to school with, or him or his brother used to go to school with Lewis Hamilton in Stevenage, or near Stevenage, I think near London. I mean, you know, it was quite I had Gary Lineker walk into my English class one day, and at Christmas Carol service, I once sat opposite Bruce Forsyth and his ex Miss World wife and stuff, like, you know what I mean, like, so I went to a bit of a fancy school, you could say, but it's full of arseholes. I only stayed there for 3 years. Yeah, my teenage years weren't the best, let's put it that way. Very depressing and very, very messy. I've lived a very messy life. Interesting how the word messy is in Messiah. But yeah, anyways. What's surprising? I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, people, you know, like, how do I say I'm God? How do I say I'm Jesus without coming across as some kind of clown? Do you know what I mean? How do I express it? You know, I've tried it. I've tried to explain it, and you know, that's the thing. I'm so frustrated. I'm so angry. I've got so many reasons to be absolutely furious. You know, there's only so much politeness I can show. You know, it's very easy for me to lose my temper in such a situation. I mean, ultimately, I know that really I haven't got much to worry about. I've got a lot less to worry about than anybody else, right? But I'm very annoyed, and I don't like my time being wasted. I'm tired of being mocked and insulted by people. You know, I've always thought of myself as a polite person, you know. I try to be fair with people. I try to be nice to people. And then to figure out, you know, oh, I'm God. And I look, you know, I read the Old Testament, I read the New Testament, I think, wow, you know, like, I showed a lot of rage and anger, and love and forgiveness and all kinds of stuff, right? But to think that was all me, you know, that's like, wow. But now, you know, I look at the world and I understand why. I totally understand why I was so mad and so angry. Because it's justified. Because the world, you know, for me, it's like, the world, you know, imagine being thrown in a lake of leeches who all want to, you know, bleach dry. You know, I mean, how would you deal with that? I mean, look at the sun and the sky, for instance, you know, and people, you know, they want to use solar panels, you know, they want to take power from the sun, yeah? Now, you know, you might not see that as a problem, but for me, it is kind of a problem because, well, I suffer, you know, I do suffer from fatigue and exhaustion, especially the last few years. I've been really suffering with fatigue. It's been very difficult for me trying to stay awake. I mean, I drink energy drinks and coffee all day long just to sit at a computer screen. You know, I barely get any exercise at all. You know, I feel like a madman. And the thing is that that's the thing. In terms of magic, you know, people who are using solar panels, let's say, well, in terms of magic, they're taking power from the sun, and I am the light of the world. So it is kind of attacking me in a way. You know, people don't really understand where their blessings come from. That's the thing. They don't understand how magic works. You know, I wish the word magic was different. I wish it didn't have the word ma in it, because, you know, well, that's Mother Earth trying to be, well, Mother Earth is a vampire, in my opinion. You know, an evil vampire, demon, witch, whore. Who will burn in the lake of fire. Okay? I mean, that's another thing, you know, you think, because, you know, with the Israelites, there was the tent of the tabernacle, right? And, you know, in this day and age, you know, if someone goes with their family and they bring, you know, a tent or tents, you know, they call it camping, you know, and that's the other thing, you know, to be camp is to be, well, it's considered to be gay, right? So, and you know, well, that's in the book of Revelation. It talks about the throne and it talks about the rainbow and all that stuff. Well, that's the thing, you know, you know, I grew up when I was younger surrounded by LGBT people. You know, my mom was a lesbian, bisexual, whatever. So, you know, that's the thing. And you know, my mom was called Fee, and obviously I'm male. You know, and you know, got the Church of England who want to say, hey, God must be a female, or you know, stuff like that. You know, there's all the, and you know, the transfiguration of Christ. You know, and all these people who want to have sex changes and stuff, right? You know, I'm the reason why, because you know, all these people are trying to do witchcraft against me. You know, people are drawn to my power. You know, because I had a mum called Fee, you know, so I basically, you know, do I tick the box for male and female? You know, so why are people, you know, they can't decide what sex or gender they are? Well, it's because of me. Yeah. You know, I'm the reason why there's so many androgynous looking young people. It's because of magic. I affect the world. I affect people and how people think and how they behave and all kinds of stuff. Yeah? I mean, I affect so much, like, it's hard for me to even explain, but it is what it is. Okay? You know, all art is affected by me. Yeah, I mean, you know that saying, does life imitate art or does art imitate life? Well, that's the thing. I am God. I'm life. I'm the light of the world, and I'm connected with all the art. Okay. It's like a magic thing. People are drawn towards my life story, basically. You know, you know, people get bits and pieces and then they want to make a song about it or they want to make a film about it, you know. And that because that for them, it empowers them, because they've taken part of my story and they've mixed it with a bunch of other ideas. You know, they might put their name on it or something like that, and then they feel empowered by it. You know, that's why, you know, even if nobody will speak of me, the earth, the rocks and the stones, you know, the earth, the world it worships me. It worships my reflected, warped image. You know, it's like I'm standing, you know, those hall, you know, you go into a hall of mirrors and you have all the wonky mirrors and stuff like that. Well, imagine, you know, it's like I'm in a hall of mirrors and there's like all these wonky reflections of me, and people worship that instead of me. That's, you know, that's one way of explaining it. And people refuse to hear what I have to say. They say, no, I don't believe you. Because that's the thing, right? As soon as someone can acknowledge who I am, then that breaks all the other magic. You know, if people will acknowledge that I'm God, then that, you know, they're like, you know, that's a huge change. That's, you know, that's a massive thing that happened. That's not just some little thing. That's like, you know, their life will just completely change in an instant. And the demons will hate that person. You know, people will treat them differently. They'll see everything differently, and the world will look at them totally differently. You know, because you've gone from one side to the other side. You know, you're either on the side of evil or you're on my side. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the demons will try to keep you on their side for as long as they can keep you there. You know, they'll try to fool you with all kinds of ideas and nonsense. That's why I said first you have to deny yourself. You know, man and woman, they want to think they're me. And if man and woman can't break that way of thinking and stop that, then they'll just continue to delude themselves day after day until they end in the lake. You know, they'll just walk straight into the lake of fire, and that'll be it. I mean, if everybody walked into the lake of fire, you know, well, you know, I basically just get to be the devil to everybody then. You know, I'll just be a tyrannical ruler over all those evil people. But, you know, I hope there are going to be some that love me and I love them, and, you know, I can reward them, right? And they will be a special people. They'll be my children. Okay? But ultimately, either way, I still win. So, you know, I don't know exactly how many, I don't know what it's going to look like, but, you know, I just hope for the best. Anyways, I think I've spoken for long enough. I don't think I should make this video any longer, really. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, you know, I mentioned about Moses, and he's evil, he's the devil. Well, I mean, you know, so Mo is the short way of saying Moses. Well, you know who Mohammed is, right? Obviously, it can be spelled in different ways. It can be spelled M-U or M-O, Muhammad. Muhammad or Mohammed. Obviously, it's spelled differently depending on, I think Pakistanis, they spell it M-O-H. So, he's magically connected with that name. Okay. So yeah, that's another piece of the puzzle. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave it there then.